Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I found a suitcase in room 12 belonging to Henry Chen, a guest who checked in that night. Inside was his wallet, his phone, his car keys, everything a person carries when they're alive and breathing and planning to check out the next morning. But here's the thing that made my hands shake so badly, I almost dropped his driver's license. Henry Chen died in that exact room 6 years ago. November 14th, 2019. I looked him up on my phone right there in that room. Found his obituary, death certificate, local news article about a tragic accident at Red Pine Motel. So who the hell checked in at 9 p.m. tonight using a dead man's name? Who unpacked his clothes? Who left his wedding ring on the nightstand? And why did I find a spiral notebook hidden under his shirts, filled with 30 different people's handwriting, all saying the same impossible thing? I can't leave room 12. Today is November 14th, 2019. It's always November 14th, 2019. I checked my phone. The date glowed back at me. November 14th, 2019. I've been working here for 2 months. Or have I? I'm writing this because I need someone to know what really happened at the Red Pine Motel. The police filed their report, called it a stress-induced episode combined with unfortunate timing. My manager, Jim, he just shook his head and suggested I take some time off. Maybe see someone, a therapist. Like talking to a stranger about normalized anxiety could explain what I saw in room 12. But I was there. I touched the doorknob. I felt the cold. I saw the writing on that mirror. And I found that notebook. 30 different people, 30 different handwriting styles, all saying the same thing, all trapped in the same impossible night. This happened last November, November 14th to be exact. I remember because it was a Tuesday, and Tuesdays were always dead at the motel. 4 rooms occupied out of 32, the kind of shift where you think you'll catch up on podcasts and maybe finish that crossword puzzle you started 3 days ago. I was wrong. My name is Sarah Mitchell. I'm 28 years old, and I've been bouncing between service jobs since I dropped out of Three Rivers Community College 6 years ago. I had this whole plan once: associate's degree in business administration, transfer to a 4-year school, maybe end up doing something that didn't involve asking people if they needed extra towels. But my mom got sick my sophomore year. Cancer. The medical bills ate through everything, and even after she passed, the debt stayed. Student loans, hospital bills, credit cards I'd maxed out trying to keep us afloat. So I worked, waited tables at Applebee's for 2 years, did a stint at Target, then at a call center that paid just enough to cover rent on my studio apartment on Elm Street. The apartment was small, 400 square feet of beige walls and carpet that smelled like the previous tenant's cat. But it was mine. Or the bank's, technically, but I was the one making payments. The Red Pine Motel wasn't my first choice. Hell, it wasn't even my 5th choice. But when you're staring down another month of choosing between groceries and electricity, you take what you can get. Night shift receptionist, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 4 nights a week. $12 an hour, $2.50 more than day shift, because nobody wants to work nights. Nobody wants to be alone in an aging motel on the outskirts of Lebanon, Missouri, watching the highway through dirty windows while the rest of the world sleeps. But I needed that extra $250. Every hour, every shift. The math was simple. More money meant paying down debt faster, meant maybe, eventually, having something that resembled a life. I'd been there 2 months when it happened, long enough to know the routine, short enough that I still counted down the hours until my shift ended, long enough to recognize the regulars, the truck drivers who needed a cheap bed between hauls, the construction workers staying long-term on projects, the occasional couple having an affair who paid in cash and never made eye contact. Short enough that room 12 was still just another room to me. I didn't know its history then. Nobody told me. Maybe they thought I wouldn't take the job if I knew. Maybe they didn't think it mattered. They were wrong about that too. If I close my eyes, I can still see myself that night, reflected in the dark window behind the front desk, distorted by the parking lot lights behind me. Tired eyes, with dark circles I'd stopped trying to cover with concealer. Dirty blonde hair, pulled back in a messy ponytail, because I couldn't be bothered to do more at 10:45 p.m. The staff polo, navy blue, size large because they were out of mediums, hung off my shoulders like I was a kid playing dress-up in her dad's clothes. My name tag, slightly crooked, reading Sarah front desk in white letters that had started to peel at the edges. I looked exactly like what I was. Someone going through the motions, counting hours until dawn, existing in that weird liminal space between giving up and still trying. I wish I could go back to that version of myself. The one who thought the worst part of her night would be boredom. The one who had no idea that in 3 hours, everything she understood about reality would shatter like that foggy bathroom mirror. But I can't go back. None of us can. That's the thing about room 12. Once you understand what it is, once you see what it wants, there's no unknowing it. The Red Pine Motel sits off exit 127B on Highway 40, about 15 minutes east of Lebanon if you're driving the speed limit. Nobody drives the speed limit on that stretch. It's empty farmland and the occasional gas station, the kind of road where you set your cruise control and zone out until you see your exit. The motel was built in 1987, back when the highway was newer, and people still took road trips instead of flying everywhere. You can tell it had ambitions once. The architecture is that distinct late 80s style. Lots of angles, an attempt at being modern. 2 stories arranged in an L shape, 32 rooms total, with exterior corridors and metal stairs connecting the floors. The original owners probably imagined it as a quaint stopover, the kind of place families would choose for a night on their way to Branson or Kansas City. It never became that place. By the time I started working there, the Red Pine had settled into its true identity, a budget motel for people with limited options. The siding, once a cheerful red, had faded to a dusty pink-brown. The white trim around the windows was peeling, curling away from the wood like old skin. The neon sign out front, the motel's only real landmark, was missing half its letters. It was supposed to read Red Pine Motel in cursive script, but years of burnt-out bulbs had reduced it to Repied-Moel. During the day, it just looked broken. At night, when the remaining lights flickered on, it looked vaguely sinister, like a message in a code nobody wanted to crack. The parking lot was a patchwork of cracked asphalt and attempted repairs. Yellow parking lines had faded to barely visible suggestions. 4 sodium streetlights provided illumination, supposed to be 5, but the one near the ice machine had been out for months, and Jim kept saying he'd get it fixed, but never did. One of the working lights had a short in it, flickering every few minutes like a nervous tick. I'd gotten used to it by my second week, but sometimes, late into my shift, when exhaustion made everything feel surreal, that flickering light felt like a warning, like something trying to get my attention. I should have paid attention. The front office was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet, carved out of what had probably been a larger room before some renovation in the 90s. Wood paneling covered the walls, the kind that had been popular decades ago, and now just looked dated and slightly depressing. The laminate counter, where I spent most of my shift, bore the scars of decades of guests. Cigarette burns from before smoking was banned indoors, coffee rings, scratches from keys and pens, and impatient fingers drumming while waiting to check in. Behind the counter was the pegboard. Brass hooks held room keys, actual metal keys, not key cards, because upgrading would cost money Jim didn't want to spend. Each key had a diamond-shaped plastic tag with the room number stamped in black. They were organized numerically, and I could tell which rooms were occupied by which keys were missing. It was a system that would have seemed quaint if it wasn't just cheap. Next to the pegboard sat the computer, a Dell desktop running Windows XP that Jim had bought used in 2009. It took 3 full minutes to boot up and made concerning grinding noises whenever you opened the property management software. But it worked, mostly, and that was all that mattered. The software was called In-Key Pro, and it looked like it had been designed in 1995 and never updated. Green text on a black screen, keyboard shortcuts instead of a mouse because the interface predated modern UI design. A coffee maker sat on a small table in the corner. One of those basic 4-cup Mr. Coffee machines with a permanent ring of burnt coffee on the heating plate. Next to it, a mini fridge that hummed constantly and struggled to keep anything actually cold. I kept my lunch in there on nights I bothered to pack one, usually a sandwich or leftovers that would be room temperature by the time I ate them at 3 a.m. The office chair was vinyl, cracked with age, stuffing poking through in 3 places. I'd learned to sit at an angle to avoid the worst of it. The smell was what really defined the place, though. A combination of pine sol, Jim's solution to every cleaning issue, and old carpet that had absorbed decades of moisture in shoes and spills. Underneath that was the ghost of cigarette smoke, embedded so deep in the walls and furniture that no amount of air freshener could cover it. And always, always, the smell of old coffee, burned and bitter, lingering in the air, like a memory you couldn't quite forget. The sounds were constant. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed in that particular frequency that felt like it was drilling into your skull after a few hours. The central air conditioning rattled from somewhere in the ceiling. Not broken, just old, struggling to do its job. Every 20 minutes or so, a semi-truck would roar past on the highway, close enough that you could feel the vibration in the floor, far enough that the sound was muted, distant, like white noise. It wasn't a scary place. Not really. It was just lonely, mundane, the kind of slightly depressing that seeps into you when you're not paying attention. The kind of place people stayed when they had no other choice, when their car broke down, and this was the closest option, when they needed a bed for the night and couldn't afford anything nicer, when they were passing through and the red pine was just a forgettable square on an endless grid of highways and exits and anonymous rooms. The nearest gas station was 2 miles away. The nearest 24-hour anything was back in Lebanon. By 10 p.m., the entire area felt abandoned. By midnight, it felt like the last outpost at the edge of the world. I was alone there, most nights, completely alone. Me and 4 sodium lights and 32 rooms, 4 of them occupied by strangers I'd never see again. That was the job. Sit at the desk, answer the phone if it rang, which it rarely did. Check in late arrivals, which happened maybe once a week. Watch the security cameras. 6 black and white monitors showing grainy footage of the parking lot, the hallways, the side entrance by the ice machine. Wait for 7 a.m. when Danny would shuffle in, smelling like menthol cigarettes and stale beer, ready to take over the day shift. 8 hours, 11 to 7, 4 nights a week. It should have been boring. It should have been safe. It was neither. But I didn't know that yet. On November 14th, at 10:55 p.m., as I pulled my car into the employee spot behind the office, I was just Sarah Mitchell, night shift receptionist, ready for another unremarkable shift at a forgettable motel. I locked my car, a 2004 Honda Civic with a temperamental transmission and a check engine light that had been on for 6 months, and walked to the front office. My breath fogged in the cold November air. 38 degrees, the weather app had said. Too cold for rain, not cold enough for snow. Just that damp, penetrating cold that made your bones ache. The neon sign flickered above me. Re Moel. I pushed open the office door. The bell dinged. A small brass bell attached to the door frame that Jim insisted on keeping because it adds character. Danny looked up from his phone. "Quiet night," he said, like he did every night. "Hope it stays that way." He started the handoff, counting the cash drawer, going over the occupied rooms, mentioning that the couple in 18 had complained about a leaky faucet, but he'd checked it, and it seemed fine. "Room 12 is occupied?" I asked, looking at the pegboard. The brass key with a diamond tag labeled 12 was missing. "Yeah, guy checked in around 9, paid cash. Chen, I think his name was. Chinese guy, 40s, glasses. Said he just needed one night." "Okay." Danny finished counting the drawer, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. Hand on the handle, he paused and looked back. "You ever notice how this place feels different at night?" I looked up. "Different how?" He shook his head. "Never mind. I'm just tired. See you tomorrow, Sarah." The bell dinged as he left. I was alone. I checked the time, 11:02 p.m., 7 hours and 58 minutes until dawn. I sat down in the cracked vinyl chair, logged into the ancient computer, and pulled up the occupied rooms list. Room 7, Kowalski, M. Regular guest, construction foreman. Room 12, Chen, H. Single night, cash payment. Room 18, Anderson, J. Couple, debit card payment. Room 23, Pierce, K. Business traveler, early checkout requested. 4 rooms, 28 empty. I made coffee in the Mr. Coffee machine, burning my tongue on the first sip like always. I pulled up a crossword puzzle on my phone. Tuesday, medium difficulty. The fluorescent lights hummed. The AC rattled. A truck passed on the highway. It was 11:15 p.m. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. I had no idea that in 90 minutes the phone would ring, that I'd hear breathing on the other end, that I'd walk up those metal stairs to the second floor and open the door to room 12 and find something that shouldn't exist. I had no idea that by dawn I'd understand that time could loop, that reality could break, that some places hold on to trauma like a scar that never heals. I had no idea that I was about to become part of Room 12's story, or that Room 12 was about to become part of mine. The coffee tasted burnt. The lights hummed. The clock ticked forward. 11:17 p.m. And somewhere on the second floor, in a room with faded curtains and a shower that wouldn't stop dripping, something was waiting. It had been waiting for 6 years. It could wait a little longer. The routine was the same every night. That's what made it bearable. The predictability, the rhythm, the way each shift followed the same pattern like a well-worn groove. You could set your watch by it, if you were the kind of person who still wore a watch. 11:00 p.m., clock in. Trade places with Danny, who'd been holding down the fort since 3 p.m. and was always ready to leave by the time I arrived. Danny was 55, with a gray beard that needed trimming and a perpetual smell of menthol cigarettes that clung to him like a second skin. He never smoked in the office. Jim would have fired him for that. But the smell was embedded in his clothes, his hair, probably his lungs. He'd do the handoff the same way every time. Count out the cash drawer with me watching. 1s, 5s, 10s, 20s, making sure we both agreed on the amount. Sign off on the room occupancy sheet. Point out any maintenance issues that had come up during his shift, though these were usually minor. A toilet that ran too long in room 5. A flickering light in the second floor hallway, always flickering, never fixed. A complaint about thin walls from whoever had the misfortune of staying next to the ice machine. And then, every single night, Danny would say the same thing. Quiet night. Hope it stays that way. Like a ritual. Like an incantation. Like if he said it enough times, it would ward off whatever bad luck might be waiting in the dark. I'd nod. We'd exchange our brief pleasantries. Drive safe. See you tomorrow. And then he'd be gone, the bell above the door dinging as he left. And I'd be alone. 11:15 p.m. Setup. This part was muscle memory by now. First coffee. We had a Keurig in the corner, a small upgrade Jim had made last year after the old Mr. Coffee machine finally died. I'd pop in a French roast K-cup, press the button, and wait for that familiar gurgling sound as the machine heated up. The coffee always came out too hot. I always burned my tongue on the first sip. I never learned. While the coffee brewed, I'd walk the 6 steps to the security monitor setup. 6 small screens mounted on the wall, each showing a different grainy black and white feed. The cameras were old, the kind that recorded to a DVR that Jim never bothered to check unless something went wrong. The image quality was terrible. Everything looked like it was filmed through a dirty window, but you could see enough to know if someone was where they shouldn't be. Camera 1 showed the parking lot. 4 cars tonight, scattered across the cracked asphalt. A sedan, an SUV, a pickup truck, and what looked like a compact car. 4 cars, 4 occupied rooms. The math checked out. Camera 2 covered the front entrance. Basically just a view of the door I'd walked through 10 minutes ago. Nothing to see there, except the occasional bug flying past the exterior light. Camera 3, first floor hallway, east wing, rooms 1 through 8, empty corridor, fluorescent lights casting that familiar institutional glow, a exit sign at the far end glowing red. Camera 4, first floor hallway, west wing, rooms 9 through 16, same as the east wing, empty, quiet, nothing moving. Camera 5, second floor hallway, rooms 17 through 32. This camera had the worst angle, mounted near the stairs and pointing down the length of the corridor. The far end was always dim. almost lost in shadow. One of the overhead lights had been out for weeks. Camera 6, side entrance, an ice machine area. The most boring camera of all. Just a concrete wall, a door that nobody ever used, and the ice machine that hummed constantly and sometimes dropped cubes with a startling crash that always made me jump when I was watching. I studied each screen for a moment, a habit I'd developed more out of boredom than actual security concerns. Nothing ever happened on these cameras. Nobody wandered the halls at midnight. Guests stayed in their rooms, slept, left in the morning. The most excitement I'd ever seen was a couple stumbling back to their room, clearly drunk, trying 3 different doors before finding the right one. Tonight, all 6 screens showed exactly what they should. Empty hallways, a quiet parking lot, a building settling into the deep stillness of night. I turned back to the desk and grabbed my coffee, took that inevitable first sip, felt the burn on my tongue. Some things never changed. 11:20 p.m. Log into the computer. The ancient Dell took its time waking up, the hard drive grinding like it was chewing rocks. Windows XP loaded with agonizing slowness. I'd timed it once, 3 minutes and 40 seconds from pressing the power button to actually being able to use the machine. The property management software, InKey Pro, in all its late 90s glory, opened with a series of beeps that probably meant something to someone. Green text on a black screen. I navigated using keyboard shortcuts because using the mouse was somehow even slower. F2 for occupancy report, F4 for check-in log, F7 for maintenance notes. I pulled up the occupancy report first. 4 rooms, like Danny had said. Room 7, Kowalski, Michael, regular guest, stayed twice a month, every month for the past year. Construction foreman working on some long-term project over in Richland. 60s, always polite, always paid with the same credit card, never caused problems. The kind of guest you forgot about immediately because there was nothing memorable about him except his consistency. Room 12, Chen, Henry. Single night. Checked in at 9 p.m. Paid cash, $65 plus tax, the standard rate. Danny had written business traveler in the notes section with a question mark because it was a guess. People who paid cash were usually one of 3 types: business travelers expensing their trip and avoiding credit card fees, people having affairs who didn't want paper trails, or people running from something. You learned not to ask which. Room 18, Anderson, Julie, and guest. Young couple, Danny's note said. Debit card payment. Probably college kids scraping together enough money for a night away from roommates or parents. We got a lot of those. Young people who wanted privacy and couldn't afford anything nicer. Room 23, Pierce, Karen. Business attire. Early checkout requested for 6 a.m. This one was straightforward. Someone passing through on a business trip, trying to get an early start on the road. She'd probably be gone before I even saw her. 4 rooms, 4 sets of strangers, 4 stories I'd never know. I pulled up the check-in log next, more out of habit than necessity. This screen showed each guest's information as they'd filled it out on the registration card. Name, address, license plate number, signature. My eyes scanned down to room 12. Chen, Henry, address in St. Louis. License plate, Missouri tags, number starting with BK7. And then I stopped. The signature. Guests signed the registration card when they checked in. A legal requirement, insurance thing. Something about proving they'd agreed to the room terms. Most signatures were illegible scrawls. Doctor's handwriting. Quick loops and slashes that vaguely resembled letters. But this one was clear. Neat. Careful cursive with each letter distinct. Henry Chen, in elegant script. and something about it looked familiar. I stared at it, trying to place why. The way the H looped at the top, the cross of the T in Henry that extended a little too far to the right, the capital C in Chen with that distinctive curve. I'd seen this handwriting before, but where? I looked at my own handwriting on the notepad next to the keyboard. Random notes I'd scribbled during previous shifts. Phone numbers, room numbers, reminders to check this or that. The C I wrote looked similar. That same curve. I shook my head. Coincidence. There were only so many ways to write a C. People's handwriting overlapped all the time. It didn't mean anything. But the unease that had been sitting in my chest since I'd arrived, that vague, undefined feeling that something was off, grew heavier. I closed the check-in log and leaned back in the cracked vinyl chair. 11:25 p.m. The coffee had cooled enough to drink without burning. I took a long sip, tasting the bitter edge of over-roasted beans. The sounds of the building settled around me. These were the sounds I knew, the soundtrack to every shift. The highway, a constant low whoosh of traffic. Every 3 or 4 minutes, a vehicle would pass. Most were cars, their sound rising and falling with the Doppler effect. Occasionally, a semi-truck would roar past, and I'd feel the vibration in the floor. The AC unit, it cycled on and off like clockwork. 20 minutes on, 5 minutes off. When it kicked on, there was a metallic click from somewhere in the ceiling, then the rattle of old ductwork, then the steady hum of forced air. When it shut off, the silence was almost jarring. The ice machine, in the back room, through the door, behind the desk. Every 30 minutes, like it was on a timer, it would drop a load of ice cubes into its bin with a crash that always startled me if I wasn't expecting it. The clock on the wall, an old round clock with a white face and black numbers, the kind you'd see in every classroom and office built before 1995. It ticked, loudly, that steady, relentless tick-tick-tick that marked off the seconds, the minutes, the hours, and underneath all of that, quieter, my own breathing, the click of the keyboard when I typed, the sound of coffee being sipped. These sounds were normal, expected, safe. I focused on them, letting them wash over me, trying to shake off that feeling of wrongness that had been growing since I'd walked in. Maybe I was just tired. I'd worked a double yesterday, 16 hours, covering for Janet, who'd called in sick. I'd gotten maybe 4 hours of sleep before coming in tonight. Exhaustion could make everything feel off, could make coincidences seem meaningful, could make shadows look like they were moving when they weren't. The coffee tasted metallic. I'd noticed that when I'd first sipped it, but now it was unmistakable. Like I was drinking water from a rusty pipe. I looked at the Keurig. Maybe the machine needed cleaning. Maybe the water reservoir had developed some kind of mineral buildup. The fluorescent light above my head flickered. That wasn't unusual. It flickered all the time, had been flickering since my first shift 2 months ago. But tonight, it seemed more insistent. Flicker, flicker, flicker. Like a nervous tick. Like Morse code for something I couldn't understand. I glanced at the back room where we kept supplies. There was a radio in there, an old boombox from the 90s that got terrible reception, but sometimes picked up a local station. I'd turn it on occasionally, just to have some noise other than the building sounds. I got up and walked to the back room. 3 steps, opened the door, reached for the radio on the metal shelf, clicked it on. Static. I turned the dial, searching for the local station. 98.7, Classic rock usually came in clear. More static. I kept turning. 99.1, 99.5, 100.3. Static on every station. Not the usual fuzz of poor reception, but thick, heavy static. White noise, the sound of nothing. I clicked it off. Whatever. I didn't need it. Back at the desk, I pulled out my phone. Full signal. 4 bars of LTE. But when I tried to load Reddit, the page took forever. The spinning loading icon went round and round. Eventually, a few posts loaded, but the images wouldn't display. I closed the app and opened YouTube instead. Same problem. Videos wouldn't buffer. Thumbnails wouldn't load. "Come on," I muttered, checking my signal again. 4 bars. Full strength. But nothing worked. I set the phone down, frustrated. 11:32 p.m. The building creaked. Old wood settling. Thermal contraction as the temperature dropped outside. Normal sounds. Explainable sounds. But they felt different tonight. Everything felt different tonight. I tried to shake it off. Went back to the crossword puzzle on my phone. At least that had loaded before the internet crapped out. Tuesday. Medium difficulty. 5-letter word for unease. I typed in dread. It fit. The clock ticked. The AC hummed. A truck passed on the highway. 11:35 p.m. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. I told myself that, and almost believed it. Outside, fog was rolling in. I could see it through the window, thick and white, swallowing the parking lot. The sodium lights became soft halos of orange in the mist. The temperature had dropped to 38 degrees, according to my phone's weather app. No rain, no snow, just fog and cold, and that wind that made the building creak and groan like something alive. I pulled my staff polo tighter around my shoulders, even though it didn't help. The office was always cold at night. The heating system was as old as everything else, struggling to keep up. The coffee had gone lukewarm. I finished it anyway. 11:40 p.m. On the security monitors, nothing moved. 6 grainy black and white feeds showing 6 empty spaces. Camera 5, the second-floor hallway, showed that same dim corridor, the far end lost in shadow. Room 12 was up there, 3rd door on the left. Light probably off by now, Mr. Chen probably asleep. Just another traveler passing through, gone by morning. Nothing special about room 12. Nothing at all. I went back to my crossword puzzle. 7-letter word for recurring. Looping, that fit too. 11:45 p.m. 12 minutes until the phone would ring. 12 minutes until everything would change. But I didn't know that yet. I just sat there, in the cracked vinyl chair, in the too cold office, listening to the clock tick and the AC rattle, and the highway whoosh, and telling myself that everything was normal. Everything was fine. Everything was exactly as it should be. The fog pressed against the windows. The building creaked. The fluorescent light flickered. And on the 2nd floor, in room 12, something was waiting. It had been waiting for 6 years. It could wait 12 more minutes. By 12:30 a.m., I'd given up on the internet working properly and switched to downloaded content. I had a true crime podcast queued up on my phone, one of those deep dive series about missing persons cases. Morbid, maybe, but it kept my mind occupied during the long stretches of nothing. I popped in my earbuds, kept the volume low enough that I could still hear if the front door opened or the desk phone rang. The narrator's voice was calm, measured, describing the disappearance of a woman in Oregon, the timeline of events, the failed search efforts. It was the kind of story that made you grateful for your boring, predictable life. I was about 20 minutes into the episode when the phone rang. Ring. The sound cut through everything. The podcast, my thoughts, the quiet of the office. It wasn't a modern phone ring. No pleasant chirp or musical tone. This was an old rotary-style bell, the kind that was designed to be heard across a noisy room, jarring and mechanical and loud. I jumped hard enough that my knee hit the underside of the desk, yanked out one earbud, paused the podcast, stared at the phone like it had personally offended me. The caller ID screen, a small LCD display that had been added to the ancient phone system sometime in the early 2000s, showed green text, Room 12, NT internal call. Someone in Room 12 calling down to the desk. Ring. My heart was still racing from the startle. I took a breath and picked up the receiver. Front desk. This is Sarah. How can I help you? For a moment, nothing. Then, breathing. Not heavy breathing. Not the kind you'd hear in a horror movie where the killer is calling from inside the house. Just breathing. Normal human breathing. The kind of sound you'd barely notice if you were in the same room as someone, but over the phone, isolated and amplified, it was unmistakable. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Regular, steady. Like someone had picked up the phone and then just held it, listening. Hello, I said, keeping my voice professional. Room 12? Is everything okay? The breathing continued. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. I could hear it so clearly. Could hear the slight catch in the throat on the inhale, the soft rush of air on the exhale. Whoever it was, they were right there. Phone pressed to their face, breathing into the receiver. Mr. Chen? I tried again. Do you need something? Towels? Maintenance? Then underneath the breathing, a new sound. Faint. The rustle of fabric, like someone shifting their position, like someone adjusting their grip on the phone. But still no words. Sir, if you need help, I need you to... Click. The line went dead. The dial tone buzzed in my ear, flat and emotionless. I held the phone for another second, then slowly set it back in the cradle. Stared at it. The caller ID screen had already cleared, back to its default display. No call. I checked the desk clock. 12:47 a.m. My mind started working through the obvious explanations, the logical reasons for a call like that. Option 1, drunk guest. Someone who'd had too much to drink, meant to call down for something, got distracted, or passed out mid-call. It happened. Not often, but it happened. Option 2, language barrier. Danny had said Mr. Chen spoke English when he checked in, but maybe he wasn't fluent. Maybe he'd wanted to ask for something, couldn't find the words, gave up. Option 3, pocket dial. The room phones were old, the kind with physical buttons that required actual pressure to dial. A pocket dial seemed unlikely, but possible if the phone had been knocked off the hook somehow. Option 4, wrong number. Maybe Mr. Chen had been trying to dial out, to call a friend, a family member, whoever, and accidentally hit the front desk button instead. Realized his mistake, hung up. All reasonable explanations. All more likely than any alternative my tired brain might conjure up. If it was an emergency, if Mr. Chen was having a heart attack, or if there was an intruder in his room, or if something was genuinely wrong, he would call back, or he'd come down to the desk, or there'd be some indication of a problem. The breathing had been calm, normal, not distressed, just strange. I decided to wait, to see if the phone rang again. It didn't. 12:52 a.m. I tried to go back to my podcast, but I couldn't focus. The narrator's voice felt distant, irrelevant. I kept glancing at the phone, expecting it to ring again. It didn't. I pulled out my earbuds and set the phone face down on the desk. Stood up. Needed to move. Needed to do something with the nervous energy that had settled into my chest. The Keurig still had water in the reservoir. I grabbed a new K-cup, French roast again, like I needed more caffeine, and pressed the button. The machine gurgled to life, heating, brewing, filling a new paper cup with coffee I didn't actually want. While I waited, I walked to the front window. The fog had gotten thicker, much thicker. It pressed against the glass like something solid, turning the parking lot into a murky void. The 4 sodium streetlights created weak halos of orange, but they barely penetrated the mist. I could just make out the shapes of the 4 parked vehicles: sedan, SUV, pickup, compact. But they looked indistinct, ghostly. No movement, no people, just fog and cold and silence. I exhaled, and my breath fogged slightly on the glass. The window was poorly sealed. I could feel the cold draft seeping in around the edges. Could feel the chill against my face. 38 degrees outside. Maybe colder now. The Keurig beeped behind me, signaling the coffee was done. I turned away from the window and grabbed the cup, wrapping both hands around it for warmth. Steam rose in front of my face, momentarily blurring my vision. I looked up at the security monitors. Camera 1, parking lot. Just fog and those 4 ghost cars. Camera 2, front entrance, empty. Camera 3, first floor, east hallway, empty. Camera 4, first floor, west hallway, empty. Camera 5, second floor hallway, empty, dim. That burnout light at the far end, making everything look darker than it should. But one of the doors up there was room 12. And through the fog, from my vantage point at the window, I could see the second floor. Could see the faint yellow glow behind the curtains of one of the rooms. Room 12's light was on. Mr. Chen was still awake, or had left the light on, or something. I took a sip of coffee. It burned my tongue again. The metallic taste was still there, stronger now, coating my mouth. The silence felt heavier than usual, thicker, like the fog, like it was pressing in from all sides. I realized the AC hadn't kicked on. I checked my watch. 12:55 a.m. The AC cycled every 20 minutes. It should have kicked on at 12:45 a.m. But the office was silent except for the clock's ticking. I looked up at the vent in the ceiling. No air moving. No rattle of old ductwork. Maybe it had finally died. Maybe that's why the office felt so cold. Not just from the drafty window, but because the heating had stopped working. Great. Another thing for Jim to ignore. I went back to the desk, set down my coffee, sat in the cracked vinyl chair, pulled out my phone. Still no internet. The podcast app showed my downloads, but I didn't want to listen anymore. The office felt too quiet. I wanted the AC to kick on. Wanted that familiar rattle and hum. Wanted the normal sounds that told me everything was okay. But it stayed silent. Just the clock. Tick, 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 and my breathing. And somewhere, very faint, the hum of the ice machine in the back room. 1 a.m. 1:05 a.m. 1:10 a.m. Nothing happened. No calls. No guests. No movement on the security cameras. Just me and the fog and the waiting. 1:15 a.m. I was staring at the security monitors when camera 5 flickered, just for a second. The image pixelated, breaking into digital squares like a corrupted video file. Gray squares, black squares, white squares, arranged in that distinctive pattern of a signal loss. Then it resolved, back to normal. The second floor hallway, empty and dim. I leaned forward, squinting at the screen. It was the oldest camera in the system, the one that had been acting up for months. Jim kept saying he'd replace it. Jim kept not replacing it. Dead pixels. Loose connection. Normal malfunction. But as I watched, something appeared at the far end of the hallway. Just for a second. A shape. Tall. Humanoid. Standing near the end of the corridor, near where room 12 would be. The image was too degraded to make out details. Just a dark silhouette against the dim hallway lighting. I blinked. It was gone. The hallway was empty again. Just empty corridor, fluorescent lights, closed doors. I stared at the screen, my heart rate picking up. Had I seen that? Or had my tired eyes created something out of nothing, out of pixels and shadows and the power of suggestion? The timestamp in the corner of the screen kept ticking forward. 01:15:23. 01:15:24. 01:15:25. Still recording, no pause. No indication that anything had interrupted the feed. The DVR system had a rewind function, clunky and slow, but functional. I grabbed the controller, pressed the rewind button. The footage scrolled backward. I could see the timestamp reversing. 01:15:20. 01:15:15. 01:15:10. I stopped at 01:15:05 and pressed play. Watch the hallway. Watch the empty corridor. Watch the timestamp tick forward. 01:15:08. 01:15:10. 01:15:12. The moment where I'd seen the figure. 01:15:14. I watched. Nothing. Empty hallway. No shape. No silhouette. No figure. Just empty space. I rewound again. Watched again. Still nothing. But I had seen it. I was sure I had seen it. Dead pixel. Tired eyes. Screen glare from the overhead fluorescent light reflecting off the monitor at just the right angle to create the illusion of a shape. Logical explanations. Reasonable explanations. I sat back, rubbing my eyes. Decided to note it in the maintenance log. Jim would ignore it like he ignored everything else, but at least I'd have it documented. Camera 5 malfunction. Possible need for replacement. I pulled open the desk drawer where we kept the maintenance logbook. A simple spiral-bound notebook where we wrote down anything that needed fixing. Broken lights, leaky faucets, complaints about noisy AC units. Everything got written down, even if nothing ever got fixed. I flipped to today's date, November 14th, and stopped. There was already an entry, written in neat, careful cursive. Camera 5 malfunction, 1:15 a.m. Figure in hallway, disregard. I stared at it. The handwriting. That same distinctive handwriting from the room 12 check-in sheet. The looping H, the extended cross on the T, the curved C. The same handwriting. But this entry was dated today, November 14th, and it was timed for 1:15 a.m., which was now. Which was the exact moment I'd seen the figure on the camera. The entry had been made before the event happened. Unless someone had written it earlier, predicting what I would see. Unless someone had known. My hands started shaking. I checked the pen lying next to the logbook, the cheap ballpoint pen we kept at the front desk, the one everyone used. The ink matched. Same pen. But who had written this? Danny? Before his shift ended? No. I'd watched him leave. He hadn't touched the logbook. Hadn't written anything. A guest? Why would a guest have access to the maintenance log? Mr. Chen? But he'd been in his room. He'd checked in at 9 p.m., and I hadn't seen him since. I flipped through the previous pages, looking at other entries, comparing handwriting. Danny's writing. Messy, slanted, barely legible. Janet's writing. Small, cramped, all capitals. Jim's writing. Aggressive, heavy pen pressure, sharp angles. And this. Neat cursive. Deliberate, careful. Not matching any of them. Matching only one thing. That signature on the room 12 check-in sheet. H. Chen. I looked at the entry again. Camera 5 malfunction. 1:15 a.m. Figure in hallway. Disregard, disregard. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. But someone had known I would see it. Someone had known exactly when I would see it. Someone had written this entry, predicting the future, warning me or instructing me to ignore what I would see. Chills ran down my spine. Actual physical chills. The kind you feel when your body knows something is deeply, fundamentally wrong before your mind can catch up. I lived alone. I'd been alone in this office since 11:02 p.m. when Danny left. No one else had been here. No one else had touched this logbook. And yet, there it was, in handwriting I didn't recognize, describing an event that had just happened, written before it happened. I looked up at the security monitors. Camera 5 showed the second-floor hallway. Empty, quiet, normal. But somewhere up there, in room 12, a guest was staying. A guest who had checked in with a neat, careful signature. The same signature that was now in this maintenance log, predicting, warning, knowing. The clock on the wall ticked. 1:17 a.m. The fog pressed against the windows. The building creaked. And for the first time since I'd started working at the Red Pine Motel, I felt truly, genuinely afraid. Not of the dark, not of being alone, but of something I couldn't explain. Something that knew what would happen before it did. Something that could write in a logbook I'd never left unattended. Something that was here, in this building, right now. I looked at that entry one more time. Disregard. But I couldn't disregard it. Because if someone, or something, could predict what I'd see on that camera, what else did they know? What else was going to happen? And why had they written it in a book only I would read? The phone didn't ring again. The camera didn't glitch again. But I sat at that desk, staring at those 7 words in neat cursive, and I knew with absolute certainty, this night was not going to be normal. This night was not going to be safe. And whatever was happening in room 12, whatever had made that call, whatever had appeared on that camera, whatever had written in this book, wasn't done with me yet. Not even close. 1:18 a.m. I sat at the desk, staring at that logbook entry until the words started to blur together. Camera 5 malfunction. 1:15 a.m. Figure in hallway. Disregard. My mind was racing, trying to find an explanation that made sense. Any explanation. Did I write this and forget? The thought made my stomach turn. Memory gaps. Blackouts. Those were symptoms of something serious. Exhaustion could do strange things to your brain, could create missing time, could make you do things you didn't remember. But no, I'd remember writing this. I'd remember opening this logbook and making this specific entry at this specific time. Wouldn't I? Am I that tired? I'd worked a double yesterday. 16 hours, 4 hours of sleep. Then another shift tonight. That was, God, that was 36 hours with only 4 hours of rest. People hallucinated with less. People's brains started inventing things, filling in gaps, creating false memories. Maybe I had written it. Maybe in some sleep-deprived fugue state, I'd predicted what I'd see on the camera because on some subconscious level, I knew the camera was glitching, knew it would create a shape that looked like a figure. No, that didn't make sense either. Did Danny write it earlier as a joke? I flipped back through the logbook, looking at Danny's previous entries. His handwriting was immediately recognizable. Messy, slanted heavily to the right, letters cramped together. The kind of handwriting that made you squint to read it. November 13th, room 8, Toilet running, needs flapper replacement. November 11th, parking lot light near ice machine still out. November 9th, complaint room, 23. Neighbors too loud, spoke with room 24. All in that same messy scrawl. Nothing like the neat, careful cursive in today's entry. I turned back to the front of the logbook where we kept the guest check-in sheets clipped. Found the one for room 12. Henry Chen's signature, held it next to the maintenance log entry. They matched. Exactly. The looping capital letters, the way the H connected to the next letter, that distinctive cross on the T that extended just slightly too far right, the curved C with its elegant tail. Perfect match. But as I stared at both samples of handwriting, something else caught my attention. They also looked like my handwriting. Not exactly, but similar. The G I wrote had that same loop. The T I crossed had that same extended line. I'd never noticed it before, but now, looking at them side by side, the similarities were unmistakable. Like someone had studied my handwriting and replicated it with just enough variation to be deniable. Or like I had written it, trying to disguise my own hand. Or like, I didn't know. I couldn't think straight. My hands were shaking slightly. I pressed them flat against the desk, trying to steady them. Options. I needed to think through my options. Option 1. Call Jim. My manager lived 20 minutes away in an actual house with an actual family. Calling him at 1:18 a.m. to tell him what? That someone had written in the maintenance log? That I'd seen a glitch on the security camera? That the handwriting looked similar to mine and to a guest's signature, and I couldn't explain it? He'd be pissed. He'd think I was wasting his time. Or worse, he'd think I was having some kind of breakdown, and I'd lose this job too. Option 2. Call the police. And say what? Officer, my handwriting predicted the future. Someone wrote in a logbook that only I have access to, describing something that happened after it was written. They'd think I was drunk, or high, or experiencing a mental health crisis. There was no crime here, no emergency, just strangeness, impossibility, things that didn't make sense. Police don't respond to things that don't make sense. Option 3, do nothing, wait it out, stick to protocol. Protocol said, don't disturb guests unless there's an emergency. That phone call from room 12, the breathing, the silence, wasn't an emergency. Weird? Yes. Concerning? Maybe. But not an emergency. The figure on the camera had been there for less than a second. Could have been anything. Probably was nothing. The logbook entry was unexplainable, but also not dangerous. Just words on paper. I could wait. Finish my shift. Let day shift deal with it. Pretend tonight never happened. But that breathing on the phone, that figure on the camera, standing near room 12, that logbook entry that shouldn't exist. What if Mr. Chen was in trouble? What if he'd called down because he was having a medical emergency, a stroke, a heart attack, and couldn't speak? What if that breathing was all he could manage? What if I sat here doing nothing while someone died upstairs? The thought made my decision for me. Professional concern, duty of care. That's what this was. Just a welfare check. Just walking up to the second floor, knocking on the door, making sure the guest was okay. Nothing dramatic. Nothing dangerous. Just doing my job. I stood up, legs a little unsteady. Made a third cup of coffee, even though I didn't want it. The ritual of it was comforting. Picking the K-cup, inserting it, pressing the button, listening to the familiar gurgle. Something normal, something I could control. The coffee finished brewing. I left it on the counter, untouched, walked to the pegboard, and grabbed the master key ring. The brass keys were cold in my hand, surprisingly heavy. There were 32 keys total, one for each room, all hanging from a metal ring the size of my palm. They jingled softly as I lifted them. From the supply shelf, I grabbed the Maglite flashlight. It was old, batteries probably weak, but when I clicked it on, it produced a yellowish beam that would be better than nothing if the hallway lights were as dim as they looked on the camera. I walked to the front door and propped it open with the rubber wedge we used during the day when we wanted airflow. That way, I'd hear if the desk phone rang while I was outside. Checked the time. 1:22 a.m. Took a breath. Stepped outside. The cold hit my face like a physical slap. I'd known it was cold. 38 degrees, the weather app had said. But knowing and feeling are different things. The air was sharp, biting. The kind of cold that finds every gap in your clothing and seeps straight to your bones. The fog was so thick I could barely see the second-floor walkway above me. It hung in the air like something solid, turning the sodium streetlights into soft orange halos that barely penetrated the murk. My breath came out in visible puffs, hanging in front of my face before dissipating into the greater fog. I started walking toward the stairs. My footsteps on the concrete parking lot echoed slightly. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, a truck passed on the highway. The sound was muted by the fog, just a low whoosh that rose and fell and then faded to nothing. Wind whistled through the parking lot light. The one with the short, the one that flickered. Even now, even in the fog, it was flickering. On, off, creating a strobe effect that made the fog seem to pulse. I reached the base of the metal stairs, looked up. 12 steps to the second floor. I could count them through the fog, could see them disappearing into the murky darkness above. I grabbed the railing, ice cold. The metal so cold it almost burned, even through my palm. I adjusted my grip, holding on with just my fingertips, started climbing. Creak. The first step groaned under my weight. The metal stairs were old, worn, and they announced every footfall with a sound that carried in the quiet night. Creak. Second step. The keys on the ring jingled against my thigh. Clink, clink, clink. Creak. Third step. My heart was beating faster now, elevated not from the physical exertion, but from something else. Anxiety. Dread. That primal part of my brain that was screaming at me to turn around, go back. This is a bad idea. Creak. Fourth step. I could feel my pulse in my ears, could hear it underlying all the other sounds. Creak. Fifth step. My mouth was dry despite the 3 cups of coffee. I tried to swallow. Couldn't. Creak. Sixth step. Halfway up now. The fog was thicker here, wrapping around me like a sound from above. I froze. What was that? I stood perfectly still on the 6th step, one hand on the ice-cold railing, one hand gripping the heavy keyring, listening. Silence. Then there. Again. A soft sound. Muffled. Like a door closing? No. Like a footstep on wood? Maybe. Or just the building settling. Old materials contracting in the cold, normal sounds that every structure makes. But it had come from above. From the second floor. From where I was going. I waited, counting seconds in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nothing. Just the wind. Just my own breathing. Just my pulse in my ears. Keep going. Creak. 7th step. Creak. 8th step. Creak. 9th step. Almost there. The The second floor landing was just ahead, barely visible through the fog. Creak. 10th step. Creak. 11th step. Creak. 12th step. I was at the top. The second floor walkway stretched out before me, disappearing into fog and darkness about 30 feet ahead. This was an exterior corridor. Doors on the left, leading to guest rooms. Metal railing on the right, overlooking the parking lot. 16 rooms on this floor. Rooms 17 through 32. I paused at the landing, taking in the scene. The hallway lights were fluorescent tubes covered by wire cages, mounted on the ceiling every 20 feet or so. But not all of them were working. I counted. One light near the stairs, working. One light about 20 feet down, burned out. One light at the midpoint, working. One light further down, burnt out. One light at the far end, working, barely. The pattern created alternating pools of harsh fluorescent white and deep shadow. Light, dark, light, dark, light. Room 12 was approximately 50 feet from where I stood, in one of the dark sections. The fog rolled along the walkway floor like dry ice at a Halloween haunted house, knee-high, obscuring the concrete. It moved with the wind, shifting, swirling, never still. I looked down at the parking lot, could barely see it through the fog and the railing. The 4 cars were just vague shapes now. I felt isolated, cut off from the ground floor, like I was on an island floating in a white void. The safety railing to my right was waist high, painted green though the paint was chipping off in long strips. I could see rust underneath. The whole structure felt old, tired, barely maintained. The concrete floor was wet from condensation. I'd have to walk carefully. One wrong step and I could slip, could fall, could crack my head open on this cold, wet walkway. I started forward, slowly. Room 17 was first. Dark. No light under the door. No sound from within. Empty room. Step. Room 18. This was the young couple. I could see a faint glow under the door. TV, probably. Volume low. I could hear it if I concentrated. Muffled voices, indistinct. They were awake, watching something, probably oblivious to me standing outside. Step. Room 19. Dark. Quiet. Empty. Step. I was entering the first dark section now. The burnt-out light above me meant the only illumination was from the working lights 20 feet ahead and 20 feet behind. Shadow surrounded me. Room 20. Dark. Quiet. Empty. Step. Room 21. Dark. Quiet. Empty. Step. Room 22 was coming up on my left, and just past it. Room 12. I could see light under its door. Yellow light. Warm light. Someone was awake in there, or had left the light on. Every step, that feeling grew stronger. Turn back. Turn back. Turn back. Every instinct I had was screaming at me that this was wrong, that I shouldn't be here, that I should go back to the office and lock the door and wait for dawn. But professional obligation pushed me forward. Someone had called down from this room. Someone had breathed into the phone and then hung up. Someone might need help. That's what I told myself. That's what I tried to believe. Step. Room 22. Dark. Step. I was standing in front of room 12 now. The door was dark brown wood, paint faded and chipped. The brass number 12 was screwed into the door at eye level, slightly crooked. Below it, a peephole, a small glass lens, dark from this side. Light was definitely visible under the door. Not just a sliver, a clear yellow glow, like multiple lights were on inside. I stood there, 3 feet from the door, and listened. Inside, sounds, faint but unmistakable. The TV, static. That hissing sound of a television tuned to a dead channel. Hiss. And underneath that, water dripping. Regular, rhythmic. Drip, drip, drip. Bathroom sink, probably. or shower. Normal sounds. Explicable sounds. But combined with everything else, the phone call, the figure on the camera, the logbook entry, they felt wrong. I raised my hand to knock, hesitated. Through the peephole, was someone looking out at me right now? Could they see me standing here, hand raised, frozen with indecision? I lowered my hand. This was stupid. I should just knock, do the welfare check, confirm Mr. Chen was fine, and leave. I raised my hand again, knocked 3 times, firm and professional. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed down the empty hallway. Inside room 12, the TV static continued. The dripping continued, but no footsteps, no voice. No, I'm fine, go away. Just those sounds, static and dripping. I waited 10 seconds, knocked again, louder this time. Mr. Chen, this is Sarah from the front desk. Just checking if everything's okay. I received a call from this room. Knock, knock, knock. Still nothing. The TV kept hissing. The water kept dripping. And then, footsteps inside the room. Not walking toward the door, walking away from it. Thump, thump, thump. Deliberate, heavy, moving deeper into the room, toward the bathroom maybe, or toward the window. The footsteps stopped. Silence, except for that static and that dripping. I stood there, hand still raised from knocking, pulse hammering in my throat. Someone was in there. Someone had heard me knock. Someone had deliberately walked away from the door instead of answering. Why? Mr. Chen? I tried again, louder. Sir, I need to verify you're okay. Please respond. Nothing. I looked down at the key ring in my other hand. 32 brass keys. One of them opened this door. Technically, I had the right to enter if I had reason to believe a guest was in medical distress or danger. Did I have reason? A phone call with just breathing. Footsteps walking away from the door. Refusal to respond to direct questions. Was that enough? The TV static seemed to get louder, or maybe I was just noticing it more. Hiss. And that dripping. Drip, drip, drip. I made a decision. Found the key labeled 12 on the ring. Brass, worn smooth from years of use. The number 12 stamped into the metal, barely visible. Inserted it into the lock. It slid in smoothly. The mechanism was old but well used. Turned the key. Click-clack. The deadbolt retracted. I gripped the door handle. Chrome. Cold. Slightly loose in its socket. Took a breath. Pushed. The door opened with a long protesting creak. Creak. Hinges that needed oil. A sound that went on, announcing my intrusion. The door swung inward. 6 inches. 12 inches. 18 inches. Wide enough to see inside. The room was a standard motel room. Queen bed, nightstand, desk, TV, chair by the window, bathroom door at the back. But something was wrong. The TV was on, tuned to static. That white and black dancing pixels filling the screen. The sound it made wasn't coming from tiny speakers anymore. It filled the room, seemed to come from everywhere. The bed was made, perfectly made. Comforter smooth, decorative pillows arranged, like housekeeping had just finished, like no one had slept in it. But on the desk, an open suitcase, men's clothing visible inside. A jacket draped over the back of the chair. Someone had unpacked. Someone was staying here. The bathroom door at the back was closed, light visible under the crack at the bottom. And from behind that closed door, the sound of running water. Not dripping. Running. Hiss. Patter, patter, patter. The shower was on. I stepped fully into the room. Mr. Chen, I'm coming in. I need to make sure you're all right. My voice sounded small in the room, swallowed by the TV static. The door swung shut behind me with a heavy thud. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat. Just the door. Just gravity. Just the mechanism pulling it closed. But now I was inside room 12, and the bathroom door was still closed, and the shower was still running. And somewhere, I couldn't tell where, I could hear breathing. Not mine, someone else's. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The same breathing from the phone call. Coming from everywhere. Coming from nowhere. I looked at the bathroom door. Light under the crack. Shower running. That breathing. And on the bathroom door, written in what looked like condensation, like someone had drawn with a finger on foggy glass. Help me, 2 words. My handwriting. I was looking at my own handwriting on that bathroom door, but I hadn't written it. I'd never been in this room before tonight. The shower kept running. The breathing continued. And I stood there, frozen, staring at those 2 words written in my own hand. And I knew that opening that bathroom door was going to change everything. But I'd come this far. I couldn't turn back now. My hand reached for the bathroom doorknob. It was wet. Water was running down the wood, pooling on the carpet. The door wasn't just closed. Something was wrong with it. Something was coming through it. I turned the knob. It wasn't locked. The door opened. And what I saw inside made my blood run cold. 1:34 a.m. The fog. The steam hit me like a wall. I couldn't see, couldn't think. Just stood there as the fog billowed out around me. Whoosh! Thick and suffocating, like the mist that had been pressing against the windows all night. But this was different. This was hot. The room behind me had been warm, oppressively warm. But the bathroom? The bathroom was a furnace. Humidity crashed over me instantly. My skin went damp. If I wore glasses, they would have fogged white in seconds. The air was so thick I could taste it. Mint and steam, and something underneath. Something metallic that made my stomach turn. I tried to focus on the sounds. Tried to ground myself. Hiss, patter, patter, patter. The shower running at full force. Drip, drip, drip. The sink. Wait, the sink was running, not dripping. Running. Full blast. Water pouring into the basin, steam rising in ghostly spirals. Whirr. The exhaust fan, struggling, choking on the moisture. Hiss! That TV static from the main room, still crackling behind me. Thump, thump, thump. My own heartbeat, pounding in my ears. And my breathing. Rapid, shallow. Each inhale brought that smell deeper into my lungs. Mint shampoo. Soap. Irish Spring, maybe. Or that generic motel bar soap they leave wrapped in paper. Clean smells. Hot smells. But underneath, that metallic tang. Stronger here. Much stronger. Through the steam, I could make out the bathroom layout. Sink to my left, water gushing. Toilet at the back. Shower tub combo on the right. The mirror above the sink was completely fogged white, a blank canvas of condensation. And the shower curtain, beige plastic, hanging from a rod with metal rings, was drawn closed. The water sound was clearly coming from behind it. Hiss, patter, 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 steady, relentless. But I could see the curtain's outline through the steam. I could see the water droplets hitting the inside, the spray pattern visible on the plastic. What I couldn't see was a shadow. If someone was showering, if Henry Chen was in there, I would see a silhouette, a shape, a human form behind the curtain. There was nothing. 1:35 a.m. Sarah's approach. I took one step into the bathroom. The tile floor was wet, slippery. I gripped the door frame with one hand for balance, reached the other hand toward the curtain. Mr. Chen? My voice sounded thin, strangled by the steam. "Are you in there? I need to see that you're all right." No response. Another step. Now I was 2 feet from the curtain, close enough to see the water hitting the tub bottom. Patter, patter, patter. The spray creating tiny puddles that swirled toward the drain. Still no silhouette. My fingers hovered 6 inches from the curtain edge, trembling. Every horror movie instinct I'd ever had was screaming at me. Don't do it. Walk away. But I couldn't. Professional obligation, duty of care, and something else, something deeper, more primal. I needed to know. My fingers touched the plastic. It was cold. Despite the hot water billowing steam, the curtain was cold to the touch. I gripped the edge, took a breath, pulled. 1:35 a.m. Behind the curtain. The curtain slid along the rod. Shriek, shriek, shriek. Metal rings scraping metal. A sound that made my teeth ache. It opened. I saw. The tub was empty. Completely empty. Water was running from the shower head. Hot water. Steam pouring off it in waves, hitting the white porcelain tub, swirling down the drain in a miniature whirlpool. But there was no one there. No Henry Chen. No person. Nothing. I stumbled forward, hands gripping the edge of the tub, staring down. The tub wasn't completely empty. On the bottom, around the drain, the water was dark, not clear. Tinted. Pink? No. Red. Diluted red, like watercolor paint bleeding into water. Swirling. Spiraling down the drain in lazy ribbons, like blood diluted in water. I stumbled back, hit the sink counter, the edge digging into my lower back. My eyes locked on the drain. Gurgle, 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 the blood water disappearing, swirling, vanishing into darkness. But there was no body, no injury, no source. The water, coming from the shower head, ran clear. Crystal clear. It only turned red when it hit the tub, as if the porcelain itself was bleeding, as if the drain was a wound leaking upward instead of down. I reached for the shower handle. Chrome. Hot to the touch. Almost burning. Twisted it. Screech. The handle was stiff, resisting. The water slowed. Hiss. Hiss. Drip. Drip. Then stopped. Silence crashed down. Just the dripping sink. The struggling fan. My ragged breathing. I looked up. The bathroom mirror. Still fogged white. Except for the writing. Someone had written on the fogged mirror. A finger dragged through condensation. Words appearing as the fog shifted and settled. Sarah. Just my name. Written in cursive, in my handwriting. I hadn't written it. I'd been standing at the bathroom door the entire time. The mirror was 6 feet away, above the sink. I would have had to step forward, reach up, drag my finger across the glass. I hadn't moved. But there it was. My name. In my writing. And then, below it, more words appeared. Slowly, as if being written right now, invisibly, in real time. Turn around. I didn't want to. Every cell in my body screamed at me not to. But I did. I turned around, and I saw what had been standing behind me in the doorway. 1:36 a.m. Frozen moment. I stared at the mirror. Sarah. Turn around. My brain scrambled for logic, grasping at rational explanations like a drowning person clutching at driftwood. Someone else wrote this before. I'm just noticing it now. The steam is revealing old writing. But no. I had watched the letters appear, one stroke at a time. T-U-R-N, space, A-R-O-U-N-D, like an invisible finger dragging through the condensation. In real time, forming curves and loops I'd seen 1,000 times before. My handwriting. My hands were locked on the sink edge, knuckles bone white against the porcelain. I couldn't move. My legs had turned to concrete. My breathing came in rapid, shallow gasps that fogged the air in front of my face. The edges of my vision were darkening, tunneling. A high-pitched ringing started in my ears. Every nerve in my body was screaming, fight or flight, move. But I was frozen. And then I felt it. Not heard, not saw, felt a certainty that dropped into my mind like a stone into still water. A knowledge that didn't come from thought, but from somewhere deeper, more primal. Something is behind you, in the main room, standing, watching, waiting for you to turn. The shower had stopped. The bathroom was silent except for the exhausted whir of the fan and the forgotten sink tap, drip, 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 that I'd never turned off. And from the main room, the TV static, that endless hiss that had been playing for over an hour now, and something new, breathing, not mine. I was holding my breath, had been for seconds now without realizing it. This was coming from behind me, from the doorway, from the room, slow, deliberate, patient, in. 2 full seconds, out. 2 full seconds, regular as a metronome, calm, like whatever was there had all the time in the world. 1:37 a.m., the turn. I had 2 choices. Stay frozen, staring at condensation on a mirror until my legs gave out or my mind broke, or turn around. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to run. But the bathroom was tiny, 6 feet by 8, with only one exit. To run, I would have to turn. I would have to face it. My hands released the sink. My arms fell to my sides, heavy and numb. I began to pivot, right foot first, squeak against wet tile. My hip rotated, shoulders followed, pulling my torso around. My head turned last, eyes clinging to the mirror until the angle made it impossible. 30 degrees, 60, 90. At 90 degrees, I was facing sideways, could see into the main room with my peripheral vision. 120, 150. At 180 degrees, I was fully turned, facing the main room. And I saw nothing. The room was exactly as I'd left it. Bed still made, covers smooth. Chair with my jacket draped over the back. Desk with my suitcase open, papers scattered. TV screen flickering with static, casting that pale gray light. No one there. No figure, no person, no entity. Empty. I exhaled, a shuddering, ragged sound, and realized I'd been holding my breath. I scanned the room carefully, methodically. Under the bed, I could see straight through to the wall. Nothing. Behind the chair, empty space, just carpet and baseboard. The door was open, pressed flat against the wall. The closet door hung open too, just empty hangers swaying slightly. The room was empty, but I could still hear it, that breathing. Coming from everywhere, nowhere. Was it mine? I held my breath again, pressed my lips together, stopped the air. The breathing continued. Not mine. 1:38 a.m., the realization. I was still standing in the bathroom doorway. Main room in front of me, bathroom at my back, and then it hit me. A cold wave of understanding that made my stomach drop. The mirror message had said, "Turn around." I turned around. I faced the main room. I saw nothing. But what if turn around didn't mean turn around from the bathroom? What if it meant turn around from the main room? Turn to face the bathroom, where I was standing right now. My back was to the main room. I was facing the doorway to the bathroom I'd just exited. The steamy air was clearing now, visibility improving. The mirror was still fogged, but the words were fading, dissolving back into blank white. The shower stood silent, the tub empty. Everything still. But I felt it again. That certainty. Something is in the bathroom now. While I had my back turned, while I was scanning the main room, something had moved into the bathroom, just beyond my line of sight. I took one step forward. I don't know why. Compulsion. Need. The same impulse that makes you look over the edge of a cliff, even when you're afraid of heights. One step, onto wet tile. 2 steps. I was inside the bathroom again. The steam had cleared more. I could see better now. The mirror was coming back into focus, condensation evaporating, revealing the glass beneath. And the writing had changed. It no longer said, "Sarah," and "turn around." Now it said, "Behind you." But I was facing the mirror. Behind me was the main room. I'd already looked. There was nothing there. Unless I looked at the mirror. Not at my own reflection, but past it. Into it. Using it the way it was meant to be used. I saw myself first. Pale. Terrified. Eyes too wide. I saw the bathroom behind my reflection. The shower curtain hanging limp. The tile walls glistening with moisture. And I saw the doorway to the main room. And in the doorway, only visible in the reflection, stood a figure. Tall. Humanoid. Dark. Watching me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Because I knew, with that same cold certainty, that if I turned to face it directly, if I looked at it without the mirror between us, something terrible would happen. So I stood there, frozen again, staring at the reflection. And the figure stared back. And then, slowly, deliberately, it took one step into the bathroom. 1:39 a.m. The figure description. I was frozen again. Every muscle locked. Every nerve firing. But my body refused to move. My eyes stayed fixed on the mirror, on the reflection, on the figure standing in the doorway behind me. I could see it clearly now. Too clearly. It was tall. Approximately 6 feet. Maybe taller. Difficult to judge with the angle and distance. The build was thin, but proportional. Not skeletal. Not unnaturally elongated like something from a nightmare. Just lean. Human proportions, but wrong somehow in a way I couldn't articulate. It wore something dark. I couldn't tell if it was a shirt and pants, a robe, or something else entirely. The color was undefined. Not black exactly, but more like shadows given form, or an absence of light. Like the space where the figure stood simply refused to reflect anything back. I couldn't see the face clearly. Too much distance? Residual steam? Some inherent blur? Whatever the reason, the features remained indistinct, like looking at someone through frosted glass. But the posture, that I could see perfectly, standing straight, completely still, unnaturally still. No breathing movement, no shifting of weight from one foot to the other, no fidgeting or adjustment of stance. It simply stood there like a statue, like something designed specifically for one purpose, watching. It was positioned exactly in the doorway, not in the bathroom, not in the main room. Right on the threshold, straddling the boundary between spaces. 1 foot maybe in the bathroom, 1 in the main room. I couldn't quite tell. What I could tell, it was blocking the only exit. I was facing the mirror. The figure was behind me, reflected in the glass. I could only see it in the reflection. And I didn't want to turn around, because what if it was only in the reflection? What if turning around would reveal an empty doorway, and I'd have to face the fact that I was losing my mind? Or worse, much worse, what if turning around made it real? What if it existed in some in-between state, some quantum uncertainty, and the act of direct observation would collapse that state into something I couldn't survive? But my scientific brain was fighting through the terror, grasping at logic like a lifeline. Reflections show reality. Mirrors don't lie. If the figure is in the reflection, it must be behind me. It must be real. I needed to test this. I needed to know. Slowly, so slowly, my muscles screamed with the effort. I moved my right hand, lifted it from my side, raised it to shoulder height. In the mirror, my reflection raised its right hand. The figure didn't move. I waved. A small gesture. Just my fingers, back and forth. My reflection waved. The figure remained motionless. I lowered my hand, and then the figure raised its hand. The same gesture, the same small wave, fingers moving back and forth, copying me, but delayed by 3 seconds. My stomach dropped. Cold sweat broke out across my skin, because that wasn't how reflections worked. Reflections were instantaneous. Light traveled too fast for any perceptible delay. But this thing had waited, had watched me complete the gesture, had chosen to mimic it. "Who are you?" My voice came out as a whisper, hoarse and trembling. I was speaking to the mirror, to the reflection, to something that might not even be there. For a long moment, nothing. Just the hum of the bathroom fan, the drip of the sink, my ragged breathing. Then the figure moved again. Not its hand this time, its head. Slowly, so slowly, it tilted to the left. 30 degrees, 45, 90, until its head was perpendicular to its body, neck bent at an angle that should have been impossible. That was impossible for any living human, and it held that position, watching me, or watching my reflection. I couldn't tell which. 1:40 a.m. The movement. The figure took another step. Not forward, not backward. Sideways. It slid, and that's the only word for it, slid, from the doorway to the right, toward the wall. Movement that didn't involve legs walking or feet stepping. Just a smooth lateral translation, like a chess piece moved by an invisible hand. Now it stood beside the doorway, against the wall, still visible in the mirror's reflection, still watching. I forced myself to breathe. In through the nose, 1, 2, out through the mouth, 3, 4. The technique they taught in my first aid training for panic attacks. It wasn't helping, because the figure was moving again, this time forward, 1 step into the bathroom proper, crossing from the threshold into the tiled space, getting closer to where I stood, still only visible in the mirror. I still hadn't turned around, still hadn't looked directly. What happens if I look directly? The thought looped through my mind, gaining urgency with each repetition. What happens if I turn around? The figure took another step. It was inside the bathroom now, fully, maybe 4 feet behind me. Close enough that if it was real, if it had mass and substance, I would feel its presence, feel the displacement of air, feel body heat. I felt nothing, just the humid bathroom air, the residual steam, the cold porcelain sink under my hands. Another step, 3 feet away now. In the mirror, I could see more details. Not the face. The face remained blurred, indistinct, like a photograph with that one crucial area out of focus. But I could see the hands now. Long fingers. Too long? Or normal length, but somehow wrong. Hanging at its sides. Not reaching. Not grabbing. Just there. 2 feet away. The figure was directly behind me now. So close that if I took 1 step backward, I would collide with it. Would pass through it. Would touch it. Would know. Its head was still tilted at that impossible angle. Still watching my reflection, with whatever served as its eyes. And then it raised both hands. Slowly, deliberately, reached toward my reflection's shoulders. I could see its hands in the mirror, moving closer to the reflected image of me. Closer. Closer. 6 inches from contact. 3 inches. 1 inch. And then, its fingers passed through my reflection, not touching, not making contact, passing through the surface of the reflected me like I was made of water. But I felt it. I felt it. Cold. Burning cold. Like frostbite and fire simultaneously. On my real shoulders. In the real world. The thing in the mirror was touching my reflection, and I could feel it on my actual body. 1:41 a.m. The choice. I had seconds to decide. The cold was spreading from my shoulders down my arms, across my back, like ice water injected directly into my veins. My reflection in the mirror looked wrong now, pale, paler than I'd been moments ago. Eyes unfocused, mouth slightly open, like I was fading, like whatever this thing was doing to my reflection was affecting me. I had 2 options. Option 1, stay facing the mirror, watch as this thing drained me through my reflection, die looking at myself, die. Option 2, turn around, face it directly, break the connection through the mirror, risk whatever happened when you looked at it without glass between you. The cold reached my chest. My heart stuttered, skipped a beat, then another. Choose. Now. I chose. I turned around, fast, all at once, spinning on the wet tile, nearly slipping, arms windmilling for balance. I turned to face nothing. The doorway was empty. The bathroom was empty. No figure, no entity, no impossibly tilted head or 2 long fingers. Just empty space and humid air and the sound of my own gasping breaths. The cold vanished instantly. Warmth flooded back into my shoulders, my arms, my chest. My heart resumed its normal rhythm. I stood there, panting, staring at nothing. Had I imagined it? Had the stress and exhaustion finally cracked something in my mind? I turned back to the mirror and saw the figure standing exactly where I'd been standing a moment ago, reflected in the glass, not behind me anymore, in my place, looking out at me from inside the mirror, with my face. 1:42 a.m. The recognition. I stared at the mirror, at my own face, but not me. The thing stood where I had been just 1 second ago, standing there with my posture, with my height, with my face. But the head was still tilted at that unnatural angle, 90 degrees, neck bent sideways like a puppet with cut strings. It smiled, with my face, with my mouth. But that smile wasn't mine, could never be mine. Too wide, stretching too far to both sides, as if the facial muscles had been pulled beyond biological limits, as if the thing was learning to smile from a photograph without ever understanding the real emotion behind it. No. My voice came out, weak, trembling. No, 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 no. The thing in the mirror tilted its head to the other side. Smooth motion, natural. The head rotated back to vertical, as if nothing unusual had just happened. Then it spoke. Yes. My voice. Exactly my voice. Same pitch. Same timbre. Same inflection. But there was something underneath, another layer. An echo that didn't belong to a human throat. Thank you, it said, still in my voice, for turning around. My brain struggled to process, to understand. Turning around? No, it wasn't me who turned around. I had turned away, turned from the mirror, broken the connection. And in that moment, in the second I broke the link between me and my reflection, it had slipped into the empty space. You understand now, it said, voice softer, almost kind. I see you understand. I backed away. My back hit the damp tiled wall beside the door. No more room to retreat. What are you? I am. It paused, thinking. A necessity. It stepped forward. No, not stepped. Moved. Glided, like before. But now in the mirror, moving closer to the glass surface, as if it was approaching me from inside. I have been waiting, it continued. In this mirror, in every mirror, in every reflective surface where you see yourself but don't truly look. My hand felt for the door handle behind me, searching for escape. Everyone has one like me, it said. Reflections are not merely bounced light. They are boundaries, thresholds, and when you look long enough, when you focus deeply enough on your own image, you create a gap for me to fill. My fingers touched cold metal, the door handle. I don't want to harm you, it said, and this time its voice sounded almost sincere. I just need to borrow. You've been out there too long, outside, in the world, with weight and warmth and sensation. I just want to remember what that feels like. 1:43 a.m., the bargain. I gripped the door handle tight. I'll leave here. I'll run and never come back. The smile on its face, my face, widened. You won't. Because you need to know. Your scientific mind, excellent by the way, can't tolerate unsolved mysteries. You'll come back. You'll look. You'll experiment. And each time you look in the mirror, I'll grow a little stronger. It placed its hand, my hand, on the inner surface of the mirror. 5 fingers spread wide, pressed flat against the glass. But there's another way, it said. I waited, didn't dare breathe. An exchange, voluntary. You let me out, just 1 hour, 60 minutes. I'll step through. I'll feel the air. I'll remember what the world with sensation feels like. And when I return, I'll leave you forever. You'll be free. No more reflections watching. No more shadows stretching too long. 1 hour in exchange for freedom. I shook my head. Shook frantically. No, I can't. How do I know you'll come back? You don't, it admitted. But consider the alternative. Its hand pressed harder against the glass, and I swear I saw the mirror surface bulge outward, just slightly, like skin stretching when something pushes from inside. I'm growing stronger, every second that passes, every moment you're here. Eventually, I won't need your permission anymore, but it would be much better for both of us if this were voluntary. 1:44 a.m., the decision. I stood there, hand still on the door handle, whole body trembling. Every rational voice in my head screamed, run, get out of here, call someone, do something. But another part, the curious part, the endlessly questioning part that had led me into science, whispered, what if it's telling the truth? What if this was a real phenomenon? Something beyond modern physics, but still following its own set of rules? What if refusing was the worst choice? How? My voice trembled. How do I let you out? The smile on its face narrowed, became more human-like. Touch the mirror, it said. Place your hand where mine is placed and invite me out. The invitation must be sincere, must be intentional, not coerced, not forced. I cannot take what you don't willingly give. I looked down at my hand, looked up at the mirror, looked at my own face worn by something that wasn't me. 60 minutes, 1 hour in exchange for the rest of my life. If it was lying, if it didn't come back, but if I did nothing, if it grew strong enough to come out on its own, there is no right choice, only different consequences. I took a deep breath, stepped forward, raised my hand, and placed my palm on the mirror exactly where its hand was waiting. The glass was cold, but not hard, soft, like a lake surface, like a thin membrane between two worlds. I I began, mouth dry. I invite you. 1 hour. Then you return. Voluntarily. Voluntarily. The glass beneath my hand rippled, and its hand, my hand, reached through. Warm, solid, real. It grasped my wrist and stepped out. 1:42 a.m. Recognition. I stared at my own face in the mirror, except it wasn't my face. Not entirely. The features were mine. Same nose, same chin, same scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. But the expression was all wrong. My reflection smiled. I wasn't smiling. It was a slow smile, deliberate. The corners of the mouth pulling up incrementally, revealing teeth, my teeth. But the smile didn't reach the eyes. The eyes remained flat, dead, like a doll's eyes. No, I whispered. No, no, no. My reflection's mouth moved, forming the same words, but no sound came from the mirror. Just from me, my voice, my throat, my breath forming words while the thing behind the glass mimicked the movements a half-second delayed. I took a step backward, away from the sink, away from the mirror. My reflection didn't move. It stayed exactly where I'd been standing, hands gripping the sink edge, that dead-eyed smile still on its face, watching me retreat. Reflections move when you move. That's the rule. That's physics. That's reality. But this thing wasn't following the rules. I raised my hand, slowly, testing. My reflection didn't raise its hand. Instead, it tilted its head. The same impossible 90-degree tilt the shadow figure had done. Neck bending at an angle that should have snapped bone. And it spoke. Not from my throat this time. From the mirror. From inside the glass. A voice that sounded like mine but wrong. Like a recording played backward, then forward again, distorted in some fundamental way. You should have stayed in bed, Sarah. My name. It knew my name. Of course it did. It had written my name on the mirror. It had access to something. My thoughts? My memories? What are you? My voice cracked. What do you want? The reflection, the thing wearing my face, straightened its head with a sound like cracking knuckles. Pop, pop, pop. I want what you have, it said. I want to be out there. It pressed both hands against the mirror from the inside. Palm prints appeared on the glass, fog forming around the contact points. I've been in here so long, watching, waiting, all the people who've stayed in this room, all the reflections. But you looked. You saw the writing. You turned around when I told you to. You invited me in. Ice flooded my veins. I didn't invite anything. Didn't you? The reflection laughed. My laugh, but hollow. You saw the message. Turn around. You could have left. Run. Called for help. But you turned around. You acknowledged me. That's all it takes. Acknowledgement. Permission. I didn't. And now we've switched. It spread its arms, looking down at itself, at my reflected body. I'm in your reflection now. And soon, I'll be in your place. All I have to do is wait for you to look away. To blink too long. To sleep. My heart hammered. That's not possible. Isn't it? The thing smiled wider. Look at your hand, Sarah. I didn't want to. Every instinct screamed at me not to look. But I looked. My right hand, the one I'd raised moments ago to test the reflection, was translucent. Not solid. I could see through it, see the bathroom tile on the other side. Fading. I was fading. 1:43 a.m. The escape plan. Panic clawed at my throat. I was becoming the reflection. It was becoming real. Some kind of exchange. Some terrible transaction I'd triggered without meaning to. Think. Think. Mirrors worked through light and reflection. They showed what was in front of them. If I could break the mirror, no. Breaking it might trap me, trap both of us, or release it fully. I needed to understand the rules first. How do I stop this? I demanded. The reflection considered me, head tilting again. Normally this time, like a curious bird. You can't, it said simply. The process has begun. By sunrise, I'll be solid, real. You'll be the reflection, trapped in the glass, watching the world from inside, unable to touch, unable to speak, unable to do anything but observe. There has to be a way to reverse it. Why would I tell you that? Because you're talking to me instead of just taking over, which means you need something. Or there's something you're afraid of. The reflection's smile faltered, just for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty. I'd hit something. What are you afraid of? I pressed. Silence. Then, dawn. What happens at dawn? Reflections need darkness, shadows, transition spaces. When the sun rises, full, direct sunlight, reflections become fixed, permanent. If I'm still in the mirror when dawn comes, it trailed off. You'll be trapped, I finished. Forever. The thing that wore my face nodded slowly. So, you need to complete the switch before sunrise, I said, working through the logic. Which means I need to survive until sunrise. If I can stay out of the mirror, stay real until dawn, you lose. You'll never make it. But there was worry in its voice now, real worry. I glanced at the window, still dark outside. The digital clock on the nightstand, visible through the bathroom doorway, read 1:43 a.m. Sunrise in Portland in late October was around 7 a.m., 5 hours and 17 minutes. I had to stay awake, stay alert, and avoid looking into any reflective surface for 5 hours and 17 minutes. Watch me, I said, and I ran. 1:44 a.m., the room of reflections. I burst out of the bathroom into the main room and stopped dead. Every surface was reflective. The TV screen, black and glossy, showing my fading translucent form. The window glass, dark outside, turning the pane into a mirror. The framed print on the wall, glass covering the image. The closet doors, mirrored sliding panels I hadn't noticed before. Even the polished surface of the desk, the screen of my laptop. Everywhere I looked, I saw myself. Dozens of reflections, and in each one, the thing with my face smiled back at me. You can't escape mirrors, Sarah. Its voice echoed from every reflection, slightly out of sync, creating a disorienting chorus. The whole world is reflective. Water, glass, metal, screens. You're surrounded. You've always been surrounded. I pressed my palms against my temples. The reflections pressed their palms against their temples, but the movements were wrong, delayed, mocking. I needed to think, needed to focus. Rules. What are the rules? 1. Direct eye contact with a reflection strengthens the connection. 2. The switch completes faster the more I engage with the reflection. 3. Sunrise ends it. Either I win or it wins. Solution. Avoid looking at reflections. Cover them. Break them. Hide from them. I grabbed my jacket from the chair, threw it over the TV screen, yanked the curtains closed over the window. Heavy blackout curtains, thank God. Ripped the framed print off the wall, shoved it face down on the bed. The closet mirrors were larger, harder to cover. I pulled the bedsheet free, the corners snapping loose with sharp pop sounds, and draped it over the closet doors. It didn't cover them completely. A strip of mirror still showed at the bottom. In that strip, I saw my reflection's feet, walking, stepping forward even though I was standing still, coming closer to the edge of the glass. 1:47 a.m. Covering the mirrors. I needed more fabric, more coverage. My suitcase. I'd packed towels. I always packed my own towels because I didn't trust hotel laundry. I dumped the suitcase on the bed. Clothes scattered. I grabbed both towels, one bath towel, one hand towel, and used them to cover the remaining exposed areas of the closet mirrors. Safety pins from my travel sewing kit secured them in place. There, the large reflective surfaces were covered. But there were still small ones. The laptop screen. I closed it, then covered it with a pillowcase. The desk surface. I threw clothes over it. My phone screen. I turned it face down and slid it under the mattress. The bathroom mirror was the biggest problem. It was huge, built into the wall above the sink. I couldn't cover it from out here, and I couldn't go back in there. From the bathroom, I heard my own voice, the reflection's voice, singing softly. 5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. A children's song. Wrong. So wrong, coming from my voice. I grabbed the desk chair, wedged it under the bathroom door handle, angling it so the door couldn't open from the inside. Wait, from the inside? Reflections couldn't open doors. They were images, light and glass, not physical, unless the switch was progressing, unless it was becoming more real. I looked down at my hands again, more translucent than before. I could see the carpet pattern through my palms now. How much time? Clock? 1:47 a.m. 5 hours, 13 minutes until sunrise. I wouldn't make it. I was fading too fast. There had to be another way. 1:50 a.m. The discovery. I paced the room, careful to avoid looking at any possibly reflective surface. Think. What breaks a reflection? What ends the connection? Breaking the mirror. Too risky. Covering it. Only temporary. What else? Light. The reflection had said it needed darkness and transition spaces. What if I flooded the room with light? Not just the dim hotel lamps, but bright light. The kind that washes out shadows, eliminates depth, makes reflections harder to see. I turned on every light in the room. Bedside lamps, overhead light, desk lamp, the bathroom light. I reached around the door frame, flipped the switch, careful not to see the mirror. The room blazed, bright enough to make me squint. But when I accidentally glanced at the now covered TV screen, I saw the sheet move, saw something behind it pressing outward. Light wasn't enough. What else had it said? Transition spaces, thresholds, doorways, the space between inside and outside, between one room and another. That's where it had been strongest, in the bathroom doorway, on the threshold. Which meant I needed to leave the room entirely, get outside, away from enclosed spaces with mirrors and shadows and in-between places. But it was 1:50 a.m. The motel office was closed. My car was in the parking lot, but the car windows were reflective. The rear view mirror, the side mirrors. Still, it was my best option. I grabbed my jacket, shoved my feet into my shoes, no time for socks, and reached for the door handle. The door was locked. I'd locked it from the inside when I arrived, but now, when I turned the deadbolt, it wouldn't move. I tried the chain lock. It slid freely. The handle lock turned easily, but the deadbolt was stuck, completely frozen, like someone had welded it in place. From the bathroom, the singing grew louder. 4 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head, and I heard footsteps in the bathroom, walking toward the door. 1:52 a.m. The emergence. The bathroom door handle turned, slowly, deliberately. The chair wedged under it held for a moment. Then the door pushed against it, forcing it forward inch by inch. The chair legs scraped against the carpet with a sound like screaming. I backed away, toward the room's main door, the door I couldn't open. Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said. The chair toppled over, fell sideways with a crash. The bathroom door swung open, and I saw myself, not a reflection, not an image in glass, me, standing in the bathroom doorway, solid, physical, real. My body, my face, my clothes, the shirt and jeans I'd been wearing. But the eyes were wrong, flat, black, bottomless. No more monkeys jumping on the bed, it finished, and smiled. I looked down at my own hands, almost completely transparent now, barely there. This is impossible, I whispered. You're still thinking in terms of possible, it said, taking a step into the room. You need to think in terms of true. And the truth is, Sarah, you don't exist anymore. Not really. You're just an afterimage, an echo. Soon you won't even be that. It took another step. I had nowhere to go. My back was against the locked door. What happens to me? I asked. When you take over completely? You'll be where I was. In the mirror. In the glass. Watching your life being lived by someone else. Watching me go to your job, talk to your friends, sleep in your bed. You'll scream and no one will hear. You'll pound on the glass and no one will see. You'll be a reflection, and reflections don't matter. Reflections aren't real. I am real, I said, but my voice was fading, becoming thin, distant. Are you? It reached out, my hand, my fingers, and poked my shoulder. Its finger passed through me, like I was made of smoke. No, it said softly, you're not. 1:53 a.m. The negotiation. It stood there. I stood there, wearing my body like an ill-fitting suit. You don't have to do this, I said, my voice barely audible even to myself. You can go back. We can reverse it. The thing in my body laughed. My laugh. But the cadence was wrong. The timing off by just a fraction of a second. Why would I go back? Do you know what it's like? Existing as nothing but light and glass? Watching the world but never touching it? Seeing food but never tasting? Feeling nothing but the cold, flat surface of mirrors? It walked around the room, running my fingers along the furniture, pressing my palms against the walls, testing the solidity of everything. This, it said, touching its chest, my chest. This is real. Weight, temperature, sensation. I've waited so long for this. How long? I asked. It paused, considering. Time is different in the glass. Years feel like moments. Moments feel like years. Long enough to forget what it feels like to breathe. Long enough to remember every person who's ever looked into a mirror and never really saw what was looking back. My transparency had increased. I could see the wallpaper pattern through my torso now. The ugly floral print that I'd noticed when I first checked in. Was that really only hours ago? Please, I whispered. There has to be another way. There isn't. It moved closer. But I'll tell you what happens. When you're fully in the glass, you'll understand. You'll see through every reflection in the world. Bathroom mirrors, car windows, phone screens. You'll watch your life being lived without you. You'll watch me go to your sister's wedding next month. You'll watch me present your research at the conference. You'll watch me live the life you built. And no one will know the difference. 1:55 a.m. The memory. Something sparked in my fading consciousness. A memory from earlier. Had it really been just this afternoon? the old woman at the front desk, the way she'd looked at room 6's key, the sadness in her eyes. Sometimes people check in, but they don't really check out. You've done this before, I said, to other people. That's where they came from. The ghosts I saw in the reflections. Rick, the woman in the dress. The entity's expression shifted. Something almost like regret. Not me specifically, but yes, this mirror, this room, has been a threshold for a long time. Reflections learning they could be more than reflections. Making the switch, one body at a time. What happened to them? The previous ones? Most eventually faded completely, became part of the mirror itself. A few, the strong ones, lingered as shadows, echoes of echoes. It tilted its head. You'll probably be like them, too curious to fully disappear. You'll haunt the glass, watching someone else live your life, until you can't remember what it felt like to be real. My legs felt insubstantial. I wasn't sure I was actually standing anymore, or just remembering what standing felt like. There has to be a way to undo this, a rule, a condition. The entity smiled, my smile, but colder. You're still thinking like a scientist, looking for the equation, the formula, the reproducible result. But this isn't chemistry, Sarah. This isn't something you can solve with logic. Everything has rules, I insisted, my voice growing fainter. Even this, even you. You said the invitation had to be voluntary. You said you couldn't take what wasn't given. That's a rule. That's a limitation. Was your invitation voluntary? It asked softly. I opened my mouth to say no, to argue, to insist I'd been coerced. But the words died in my throat. I had invited it, willingly. I had weighed the options and made a choice. A terrible choice, maybe. The wrong choice, definitely. But mine. Yes, I admitted. Then there's no loophole, no technicality. It checked my watch. I could see the gesture but not feel it, like watching someone else's hand move. 1:57 a.m. You have maybe 3 minutes before you're too far gone to communicate at all. Use them however you want. 1:58 a.m. The plan. 3 minutes. My mind raced, struggling against the increasing fog of unreality. I was a reflection. Reflections followed certain rules. They mimicked the original. They existed in glass and water and polished metal. But they also... Wait. Reflection showed the truth. That's what mirrors did. They couldn't lie. Couldn't pretend to be something they weren't. They showed things exactly as they were, reversed but accurate. And this entity, it was pretending, wearing my skin, mimicking my mannerisms. But it wasn't me. It wasn't human. What if I could force it to see its true reflection? You're confident, I said, forcing my voice to carry, even as I felt myself dissolving. You think you've won. I have won. Then you won't mind looking in a mirror, seeing your new face, admiring what you've become. It narrowed its eyes, my eyes. I'm not falling for that. I look in a mirror. I might see what's behind the reflection, might trigger the reversal. Or, I said, you might just be afraid. Afraid that you don't wear this body as well as you think, that people will notice something's wrong, that you're not as human as you believe. I saw it then, a flicker of uncertainty, of vanity. I'm perfectly human now, it insisted. Prove it. 1:59 a.m. The revelation. The entity stared at me, and I could see the calculation happening behind my eyes, the weighing of risk versus pride. One look, it said finally. One mirror. Then you fade, and I leave this room, and I live your life. Deal. It walked to the bathroom. I drifted after it, not walking, not floating, just existing from one point to another like a video with missing frames. The bathroom mirror was still uncovered, still reflecting the room with perfect clarity. The entity stood before it and looked. For a moment, nothing happened. The reflection showed what it should show. My body, my face, my clothes. A perfect mirror image. Then slowly, the reflection began to change. The face in the mirror remained mine, but something shifted in the eyes. They grew darker, flatter. The skin tone became wrong. Not pale or tan or any human color, but a sort of non-color, like looking at someone through layers of scratched glass. "No," the entity whispered. The reflection continued changing. The body in the mirror stayed human-shaped, but the edges became indistinct, blurry, like it couldn't quite hold its form when observed directly. And behind the reflection, deeper in the mirror, I could see the truth of what it was. A shape made of broken reflections. 1,000 fractured images stitched together into something almost coherent. Fragments of faces, bodies, gestures collected over years, decades, from every person who'd ever looked in this mirror and let their attention drift. "This is what you really are," I said, my voice echoing strangely. "Not human, not me, just pieces. Stolen moments cobbled together into an imitation of life." The entity stumbled backward, unable to look away from the mirror. "No, I'm real now. I have weight. I have warmth. I have borrowed flesh," I finished. "But you can't borrow a soul. And reflections don't have souls. They only have what's reflected." 2. A.M. The return. The mirror began to crack. Not physically. The glass remained intact. But the reflection itself fractured, spiderwebbing across the surface. Each fracture revealed more of what lay beneath. The stolen pieces, the collected fragments, the thing that had pretended to be human by wearing human skins. The entity reached out, my hand reaching, and touched the mirror. Its finger went through the glass. "No," it said again. But this time, the words stretched out, became distorted, like audio slowing down. "No, no, no, no." It was being pulled back, drawn into the mirror, into the reflected world where it belonged. "You can't." I followed the rules. I was invited. "You were," I agreed, feeling something shift in my own non-existence. "But you made a mistake. You showed me your true face, and reflections can't lie." The pulling intensified. The entity, still wearing my body, was being dragged backward into the glass, inch by inch. "If I go back," it screamed, "you stay here. You stay as nothing. The switch is complete." "Maybe," I said. "Or maybe." I reached out my own hand, my transparent, nearly invisible hand. And I touched the mirror from my side. The glass accepted my touch. Let me press through, like pushing through a soap bubble. I grabbed the entity's wrist, my wrist, and I pulled. Not to stop it from being drawn into the mirror. To go with it, we crossed the threshold together. Reflection and reflected. Original and copy. Real and unreal. Tumbling through the glass into that silver space between worlds. 2:01 a.m. The exchange. Inside the mirror, everything was reversed. Left was right. Right was left. Words ran backward. Thoughts spiraled inward instead of out. And I could see everything. The entity's true form. That mass of collected reflections, those stolen pieces, came apart like smoke and wind. Without the anchor of my physical body, without the solid world to give it shape, it couldn't hold itself together. "Please," it whispered, and its voice was a chorus now. Dozens of voices, hundreds, maybe. All the people it had tried to be over the years. Don't leave me here. Don't leave me as nothing. I looked at my own reflection, the one I'd seen in the window, the one that had tried to warn me. It stood beside me now, in this reversed world, solid and real in a way I no longer was. I'm sorry, I told the entity, but you were never meant to be more than a reflection, and I was never meant to be less. My reflection nodded, reached out, took my hand, and together we pushed. The entity shattered completely, fragments scattering like drops of water, evaporating into the mirror light, returning to the glass. I felt a pull, a tremendous force dragging me back toward the physical world, toward the bathroom, toward my body. My reflection squeezed my hand once, then let go, and I fell through the mirror, back into the real world, back into flesh and bone, and the sudden overwhelming sensation of having a body again. 2:10 a.m., reconstruction. I gasped and stumbled forward. My hands hit the bathroom sink, solid, cold, real. I looked down at myself, opaque, physical, solid. My hands, my arms, my body. I was back. Behind me, scattered across the bathroom floor, shards of broken glass glittered. But they were already dissolving, turning to smoke, to shadow, to nothing. The thing was gone. I looked up at the mirror. My reflection looked back at me. Normal. Moving when I moved. No delay. No wrong expressions. Just me. I sagged against the sink, legs shaking. I'd done it. I'd survived. A sound from the doorway made me turn. The ghosts were there. Rick, the woman, all of them. Still translucent, still trapped. You did it, Rick said, smiling. You broke it. Why aren't you free? I asked. If I reversed it, shouldn't you all? It doesn't work that way, the woman said gently. You reversed your switch. We each have to reverse our own. And for most of us, it's too late. Too much time has passed. Our bodies are gone, buried, scattered. We're just echoes now. I'm sorry. Don't be, Rick said. You proved it's possible. That's enough. Maybe someday, someone else will find a way to free us. But you. He gestured to the window. You need to leave. Before sunrise. Before anything else wakes up. I nodded. Thank you. They were already fading, drifting away like smoke. I grabbed my things, threw them haphazardly into my suitcase, and headed for the door. This time, the deadbolt turned easily. 2:15 a.m. The escape. The parking lot was empty and silent. The fog had lifted. Stars were visible overhead, millions of them, cold and distant and indifferent. My car was where I'd left it, covered in dew. I threw my suitcase in the back seat, climbed behind the wheel, and started the engine. In the rearview mirror, I saw room 6. The light still on. The door closed. And for just a moment, I thought I saw a face in the window, watching me, but when I blinked, it was gone. I put the car in drive and left. Didn't look back. Didn't stop until I was 50 miles away, until the sun was rising behind me, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Only then did I pull over, get out, stand in the morning light, and feel its warmth on my skin. Real warmth, real light, real world. I was alive. I was solid. I was me. But sometimes, even now, when I look in a mirror too long, I see something move behind my reflection. 3 days later, the normalcy. I went back to work. What else was I supposed to do? Call in and say I'd been trapped in a mirror by my own reflection? That I'd nearly been replaced by an entity made of stolen fragments? So I showed up Monday morning, smiled at my colleagues, and dove into my research like nothing had happened. But everything had changed. The lab had mirrors, small ones, on the bathroom doors, in the break room, decorative pieces on some of the walls. I'd never noticed how many mirrors surrounded me every day. Now I couldn't stop noticing them. I avoided looking directly at any of them. When I had to wash my hands, I kept my eyes on the sink. When someone tried to show me something reflective, I found excuses to look away. "Sarah, you okay?" My lab partner, Marcus, asked on Wednesday. "You seem distracted." "Fine," I lied. "Just tired. Bad sleep at that motel." "The one on Route 49? "Yeah, those roadside places can be sketchy." He laughed. "Did you at least get the samples delivered?" The samples. I'd completely forgotten about the samples, the entire reason for my trip. They were probably still in my car, or maybe I'd left them at the motel in my panic to escape. "I'll follow up on that," I said weakly. Marcus gave me a concerned look, but didn't press further. 1 week later, the symptoms. The delays started small. I'd reach for my coffee mug, and my hand would arrive a split second after I expected it to. I'd turn my head, and my vision would catch up a moment later, like a video buffering. At first, I thought it was exhaustion, lack of sleep, stress. But then I noticed it in reflections. When I accidentally glimpsed myself in a store window, my reflection moved a fraction too slow. When I caught my image in my phone screen, it lagged behind my actual movements. Like the connection between me and my reflection had been damaged. Like the switch hadn't fully reversed. I started researching, late nights in the university library, diving into obscure texts on folklore, mythology, quantum physics theories about parallel dimensions. Most of it was nonsense, but some felt uncomfortably familiar. Stories of people who looked in cursed mirrors and were never quite the same. Legends of doppelgangers that existed in reflective surfaces. Accounts of travelers who checked into certain hotels and checked out different. One book, buried in the restricted collection, mentioned the Twilight Motor Lodge specifically. Built in 1962 on land previously occupied by a mirror manufacturing plant, the plant burned down in 1959, killing 7 workers. Local folklore suggests the mirrors produced there contained something else, something that watched and waited and learned to mimic human form. 7 workers. I thought of the ghosts, Rick and the woman and the others. Were they the workers? Or were they victims like me, people who'd stayed in room 6 over the decades? 2 weeks later, the visitor. I was in my apartment, carefully avoiding all mirrors, when someone knocked on my door. I wasn't expecting anyone. Through the peephole, I saw a woman, elderly, with silver hair and kind eyes that looked somehow familiar. I opened the door with the chain still on. "Yes. Sarah Chen?" she asked. Her voice was soft, slightly hoarse. "Who's asking?" "My name is Margaret Hartley. I used to work at the Twilight Motor Lodge. I was the night clerk the evening you checked in." My blood ran cold. I didn't see any night clerk. "No," she agreed. "You wouldn't have. I wasn't there. Not really. I've been gone for a long time now." I stared at her. She looked solid, real. But there was something about the way the hallway light passed through her. Just slightly, just enough to notice if you were looking. "You're like them," I whispered. "Like Rick and the others." "I was," she said. "I was trapped for 43 years. But 3 days ago, something changed. The mirror, the connection, it weakened. Just enough for some of us to slip through. Not fully, not permanently, but enough to exist for a little while longer." What do you want? To warn you, she said urgently. What you did, breaking the entity, reversing the switch, it didn't seal the door. It damaged it, made it unstable. Things are slipping through. Not just ghosts like me, other things. The things that were deeper in the mirror world. My apartment suddenly felt very cold. What kind of things? The kind that were never human to begin with. The kind that don't just want to borrow a body. They want to consume it, hollow it out, make it a permanent home. She glanced over her shoulder, as if checking for something following her. They're drawn to you now. You smell like the mirror world. You have its mark on you. They'll come looking. How do I stop them? You can't. Not alone. She pulled out a piece of paper, pressed it into my hand. An address. Go here. Tomorrow night. There are others like you. People who've crossed between worlds and survived. They can help. Why are you helping me? Margaret smiled sadly. Because you tried to help us. You're the first person in decades who fought back, who didn't just accept being replaced. That means something. That means you're stronger than you know. She was already fading, becoming more translucent. Wait, how do I find them? How do I follow the address? And Sarah? She was barely visible now, just a shimmer in the hallway. Stop avoiding mirrors. You can't hide from what you are now. You're marked. You're changed. The only way forward is to understand what that means. Then she was gone. I looked down at the paper in my hand. An address in the warehouse district, and below it, a single word. Reflected. The next night, the meeting. The warehouse looked abandoned from the outside. Broken windows, graffiti on the walls, weeds growing through cracks in the pavement. But inside, lights glowed, and I could hear voices. I pushed open the door. The interior had been converted into something between a meeting hall and a research lab. Tables covered with books, artifacts, mirrors of all sizes. About 20 people sat in a rough circle, talking in low voices. They all turned to look at me as I entered. One of them, a man in his 40s with tired eyes, stood up. You must be Sarah. Margaret said you'd come. Who are you people? Survivors, he said simply. Every one of us has crossed between the reflected world and the real world. Some of us were victims like you, trapped by entities. Others, he gestured to a young woman with tattoos covering her arms. Others went through voluntarily, exploring, experimenting. We're trying to understand it, the tattooed woman said. The mirror world, what it is, why it exists, how to control the crossings, and how to seal the rifts, an older man added, before more things come through. Things like what happened at the Twilight Motor Lodge, the first man said. You weakened a major threshold, Sarah. That motel has been a stable crossing point for 60 years. Now it's unstable, dangerous. I didn't mean to. We know. He held up a hand. You were fighting for your life. No one blames you. But now, you have a choice. He walked to a covered mirror in the corner, pulled off the sheet. The reflection showed not the warehouse, but somewhere else. A vast space of silver light and impossible angles. The mirror world. You can walk away. Try to live a normal life. Always looking over your shoulder. Always worried about what might be following you from the other side. Or, I asked, or you join us. Learn to control your connection to the reflected world. Help us seal the rifts. Protect people from ending up like you. Or worse, like the ghost trapped in the glass. I looked at the mirror, at the silver space beyond, at the possibility of understanding, what had happened to me. "If I join you," I said slowly, "do I have to go back there? Back through the mirror?" "Eventually," the tattooed woman said. "If you want to truly understand it, if you want to fight it." I thought of Rick, of Margaret, of all the people trapped in that in-between space, watching the world but unable to touch it. I thought of the entity that had tried to steal my life, and the other entities Margaret said were slipping through. "Okay," I said, "teach me." The man smiled. "Welcome to the Reflected, Sarah. Let's begin." Epilogue. 6 months later, I stand in front of the mirror in the warehouse, taking slow, measured breaths. Behind me, Marcus, yes, my lab partner Marcus, who turned out to be one of the Reflected all along, gives me an encouraging nod. "Remember," he says, "you're in control. You decide when to cross, you decide when to come back. And if something tries to follow me, we'll be watching, we'll pull you out." I place my hand on the mirror. The glass ripples, accepting my touch. 6 months ago, I was a scientist who believed only in what could be measured and tested. Now I'm something else, something in between, real and reflected, solid and translucent, here and there. The Reflected have taught me so much: how to move through mirror space, how to see the entities before they see you, how to seal small rifts before they become dangerous. We've closed 17 crossings in the past 6 months, saved 4 people from being switched, sent 24 entities back to where they came from. But there's one crossing we haven't dealt with yet. Room 6 at the Twilight Motor Lodge. It's still there, still open, still dangerous. And tonight, we're going back. Not just me, the whole team. 20 survivors, each one marked by the mirror world, each one strong enough to cross between worlds and return. We're going to seal it, permanently, or we're going to die trying. I step through the mirror, feeling the familiar sensation of reality bending around me. Marcus follows, then the others, one by one, entering the Reflected world. We have work to do. And somewhere in the silver distance, I can almost hear Rick's voice, cheering us on. "Go get him, Sarah. Finish what you started." I smile and walk deeper into the mirror. 2:45 a.m., Highway 40, mile marker, 67. I drove for an hour before I trusted myself to think clearly. The highway stretched ahead of me, empty and dark. My headlights carved a tunnel through the night, but beyond that tunnel, everything was black. Absolute. Like the world ended just past where my light reached. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Not for cars behind me. There were none. Not for the motel. That was long gone, swallowed by distance and darkness. I was checking my own reflection. It looked normal. Moved when I moved, blinked when I blinked. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me. Not just reflecting, watching. "You're being paranoid," I said aloud. My voice sounded strange in the car's confined space. Too loud, too sharp. In the rearview mirror, my reflection's lips moved a fraction of a second after mine. Just a fraction. So slight I might have imagined it. I gripped the steering wheel tighter and kept driving. 3:30 a.m. Rest stop. I pulled into a rest stop when my hands started shaking too badly to drive safely. The place was almost deserted. Just a semi-truck parked at the far end, its driver presumably asleep in the cab. The building itself was a squat concrete structure with harsh fluorescent lights that buzzed and flickered. I went inside to use the bathroom and splash water on my face. Big mistake. The bathroom was all mirrors, large ones above the sinks. a full-length one by the entrance. Even the hand dryer had a polished chrome surface that caught reflections. I saw myself everywhere. Dozens of me. Hundreds, if you counted the recursive reflections bouncing between opposing mirrors. And none of them were quite right. The me in the mirror above the sink looked exhausted, more exhausted than I felt. Dark circles under the eyes, skin pale and waxy. The me in the full-length mirror stood slightly differently. Weight on the wrong foot, head tilted at an angle I wasn't tilting mine. The me in the chrome hand dryer was smiling. I wasn't smiling. "Stop it," I whispered. "Just stop." All the reflections kept doing what they were doing. The one above the sink looked tired. The one in the full-length mirror stood wrong. The one in the chrome smiled wider. I ran, burst out of the bathroom, through the main building, back to my car. I sat there with the doors locked, breathing hard, staring at anything except the rearview mirror. After 5 minutes, I forced myself to look. Normal reflection, normal expression, moving exactly when I moved. "It's just stress," I told myself. "You went through something traumatic. Your brain is playing tricks, that's all." But I didn't believe it. 5 a.m. dawn. I drove until sunrise, watched the sky lighten from black to deep blue to pale gold, watched the sun crest the horizon, huge and red and impossible to look at directly. Real sunlight, not reflected light, not mirror light, real. I pulled into a diner just as it was opening. A cheerful place with checkered floors and a waitress who called me Han and poured coffee without asking. I sat in a booth by the window and ordered breakfast I had no intention of eating. The diner had mirrors too, a long one behind the counter, but these felt different. Normal. Safe. The reflections behaved themselves, showed exactly what they should show. Maybe it was the daylight. Maybe whatever had happened at the Twilight Motor Lodge only worked at night, in darkness, in that liminal space between midnight and dawn. Maybe I really was safe now. The waitress brought my food. Eggs, bacon, toast. It smelled incredible. I realized I hadn't eaten since... when? Yesterday afternoon? Before I'd checked into that nightmare motel? I picked up my fork. In the mirror behind the counter, my reflection picked up a knife. I froze, looked at my hands. I was holding a fork in my right hand. Just a fork. Looked at the mirror. The reflection held a knife, gripped in the same hand, held the same way, but definitely a knife. The waitress walked past. "Everything okay, hun?" I looked at my hand again. Fork. Looked at the mirror. Fork now. Just a fork. "Fine," I managed. "Everything's fine." But it wasn't fine. Nothing was fine. 6:30 a.m. The research. I found a library in the next town over. It opened at 7 a.m., and I was waiting outside the door when the librarian arrived. "Early bird," she said, smiling. "What brings you in?" "Research project," I lied. "Local history. Specifically, old motels along Highway 40. Her smile faltered slightly. "Any motel in particular?" "The Twilight Motor Lodge." She was quiet for a moment. Then she unlocked the door and gestured me inside. Computers in the back. Historical archives are on microfiche. I'll show you where everything is. We walked through rows of books. The library was small, old-fashioned, with that distinctive smell of aged paper and furniture polish. "Can I ask why you're interested in that place?" the librarian said carefully. "I stayed there last night." She stopped walking, turned to look at me, really look at me. Her eyes scanned my face like she was searching for something. "You look solid enough," she said finally. My blood ran cold. "What?" Nothing. Just, she shook her head. That motel has a reputation. Strange things happen there. People check in and check out fine. But sometimes they're different afterward. Changed. Like something got switched around inside them. What kind of things? Stories, mostly. Urban legends. A man in the 1980s who claimed his reflection followed him home. Literally followed him. Showed up in mirrors behind him even when he was alone. Another woman who said she started seeing through her own eyes and her reflection's eyes simultaneously. Drove her mad. She's in a psychiatric facility now. Jesus. Yeah. The librarian gestured to a desk with a microfiche reader. Everything we have on the place is here. Newspaper articles, police reports, some old photographs. Most people think it's just a cursed place, but a few researchers have theorized it's something about the mirrors themselves. Something about how they were made, or what they were made from. Do you know? She shrugged. I know the motel was built in 1952 by a man named Howard Millbrook. He was obsessed with mirrors. Had them installed everywhere. Every room, every hallway, even outside in the parking lot. He claimed mirrors showed the truth of things, the real nature of reality. What happened to him? Disappeared in 1965. Checked himself into room 6, the room he'd lived in while building the place, and was never seen again. Staff found the room empty, door locked from inside, but all the mirrors were shattered, every single one. Room 6. Of course it was room 6. Thank you, I said quietly. The librarian nodded. Be careful. Whatever you're dealing with, whatever happened to you there, it doesn't always let go easy. 9 a.m. The articles. I spent 3 hours going through the archives. Newspaper articles about the Twilight Motor Lodge dated back decades. Missing persons reports. Strange incidents. Unexplained phenomena. But what caught my attention were the photographs. Old black and white photos from the 1950s and 60s, showing the motel in its heyday. Howard Millbrook standing proudly in front of the building. Groups of guests posing by the pool. And in every single photograph, the reflections were wrong. In a photo of Millbrook by the office window, his reflection showed him facing the wrong direction. In a photo of guests by the pool, their reflections showed different poses, different expressions. In one particularly unsettling photo from 1963, a woman stood in front of room 6. She was smiling at the camera, but her reflection in the window behind her wasn't smiling. It was screaming. I found an article from the local paper, dated March 1965. Local businessman disappears. Howard Millbrook, proprietor of the Twilight Motor Lodge, has been reported missing. Staff discovered his absence on Monday morning when he failed to open the office. His personal vehicle remains on the property, and his belongings are still in room 6, where he had been staying. Police found no signs of struggle, but all mirrors in the room had been shattered from the inside. Sheriff Deputy Martin Reeves stated, "It's like he was trying to break out of something, or break something in." Anyone with information is urged to contact the sheriff's department. There was no follow-up article, no resolution. Howard Millbrook had simply vanished. But I noticed something else in the article. A small detail in the accompanying photograph of room 6's interior after Millbrook's disappearance. The shattered mirrors weren't empty. If you looked closely, really closely, you could see faces in the fragments. Dozens of them, hundreds, all trapped in the broken glass, all screaming silently. I photographed the page with my phone and kept researching. 11 Mr. M. The theory. By the time the library closed for lunch, I had a theory. Howard Millbrook hadn't just been obsessed with mirrors. He'd been experimenting with them, trying to create a threshold between the real world and the reflected world, and he'd succeeded. The mirrors in the Twilight Motor Lodge, especially the ones in room 6, weren't ordinary mirrors. They were doors, gateways, and things could pass through them in both directions. Reflections could become real. Real people could become reflections. And sometimes the two would switch places. That's what had happened to me. What had happened to Rick and the others. What had probably happened to Howard Millbrook himself. But I'd fought back. I'd forced the entity to see its true form and shattered it. I'd reversed the switch, mostly, because something was still wrong. My reflections weren't behaving properly. They moved wrong, looked wrong, sometimes showed me doing things I wasn't doing. The switch hadn't fully reversed. Part of me was still in the reflected world, and part of the reflected world was still in me. 1:00 p.m. The call. I sat in my car outside the library, phone in hand, trying to decide what to do. I could go to the police, tell them everything, show them the photographs, the articles, the evidence. They'd think I was insane. I could go to a psychiatrist, get myself checked out. Maybe there was a medical explanation. Maybe I really was just traumatized, seeing things that weren't there. But I knew better. I could go back to the motel, confront whatever was still happening, try to finish what I'd started. But the thought of returning to room 6, of facing those mirrors again, made my hands shake. So I did something else. I called my sister. She answered on the 3rd ring. "Hello? Sarah, it's me. Oh my God, finally. I've been calling you all night. Where have you been?" Long story. Listen, I need to ask you something. Something weird. Okay? When you look at yourself in a mirror, does your reflection ever do things you're not doing? Silence on the other end. "Sarah, why are you asking me that?" Her voice had changed, gone flat. Careful. Just answer the question. Another pause. Then, yes. My heart sank. "Since when?" "About 3 months ago. I thought I was going crazy. Thought maybe I was having some kind of breakdown. But it kept happening. My reflection would move wrong, look wrong. Sometimes it wouldn't move at all. Just stand there watching me even when I walked away from the mirror." "Why didn't you tell anyone?" "Because who would believe me?" She laughed bitterly. "Can you imagine? Hi, I think my reflection is haunted. They'd lock me up." "Where were you 3 months ago? Were you traveling?" "Yeah, I was doing that road trip, the one through the Southwest." "Why?" "Did you stay at the Twilight Motor Lodge?" The silence stretched so long, I thought she'd hung up. "Sarah? How did you know?" she whispered. 1:30 p.m. The pattern. We talked for an hour. Sarah had stayed at the Twilight Motor Lodge in September. Room 8, not room 6, but close enough. She'd experienced strange things during the night, shadows moving wrong, feeling like she was being watched, but nothing as extreme as what had happened to me. She'd left the next morning and thought that was the end of it. But then the reflection problem started. Small things at first, a slight delay in movement, expressions that didn't quite match, then bigger things. Her reflection moving independently, showing her doing things she wasn't doing. "I've learned to avoid mirrors," she said. "Use my phone camera instead when I need to check my appearance. But sometimes, at night, I'll catch a glimpse of myself in a window or a screen, and it's wrong," I finished. "Yeah, I told her about my experience, about the entity, the switch, the battle in the bathroom, about Rick and the others, trapped for decades. When I finished, she was quiet. "So, we're stuck with this?" she finally said. "Forever?" "I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe there's a way to fully reverse it. To close the door completely." "How?" I looked at my reflection in the car's side mirror. It looked back at me. Normal. Innocent. But I didn't trust it anymore. "I think," I said slowly, "we need to go back." "To the motel?" "To room 6. That's where it all started. Where Howard Millbrook opened the first door. Maybe that's where we can close it." "That's insane." "I know. We could die. Or worse. Get trapped like those others." "I know." Sarah sighed. "When?" "Tonight. We do it tonight, before I lose my nerve." "Okay. I'll meet you there. Text me the address." We hung up. I sat in the car, watching my reflection in the mirror. It watched me back. And this time, I was certain, absolutely certain, that it smiled before I did. 6:30 a.m. The morning. After I didn't go home, I couldn't. Instead, I drove to the first diner I could find, a 24-hour place called Rosie's, 30 miles east on Highway 40. The kind of place with red vinyl booths and laminated menus, and a waitress who'd seen everything and judged nothing. I ordered coffee. Didn't drink it. Just wrapped my hands around the mug and stared at the black surface, careful not to look too long at my reflection in the liquid. My phone buzzed. Text from Jim, the motel manager. "Where are you? Danny says you're not at desk. Room 12 checkout, complaining no one at office." Room 12. My hands started shaking so badly coffee slopped over the rim. Room 12 checkout. But Henry Chen was what? Gone? Dead? I didn't know what I'd witnessed. I'd seen blood in the water. I'd seen my name written in my own handwriting by something that wasn't me. I'd seen a thing made of broken reflections try to steal my body. But I hadn't seen Henry Chen. I typed back, "Family emergency. Had to leave. Sorry." Another buzz. Immediate. "You're fired. Don't bother coming back for your stuff. We'll mail final check." I turned off my phone. The waitress refilled my coffee without asking. "Rough night, honey? You have no idea. Try me. I've been working graveyard shifts for 20 years. I've seen things that would make your hair curl." I looked up at her. She was maybe 55, bleached blonde hair in a bun, eyes that were kind but tired. Her name tag said Dolores. "Have you ever—" I started, then stopped. How do you ask someone if they've been attacked by their own reflection? Ever what? Ever had something happen that you couldn't explain? Something that no one would believe? Dolores sat down across from me, which told me the diner was empty enough that she could take a break. "Where'd you work last night?" she asked. "Red Pine Motel, off exit 127. Her face changed, went carefully neutral. "You work there? You know it?" "Honey, everyone who works nights around here knows that place." She leaned forward, voice dropping. "How many times did you see it?" My heart stopped. "See what?" "Your reflection doing things you didn't do." 6:45 a.m. Dolores' story. "It started for me in 2003, Dolores said, stirring sugar into her own coffee. "I was working at a truck stop about 40 miles from here. Night shift, same as you. Dead of winter, maybe 2 in the morning, and I went to the bathroom." She paused, staring into her cup. I washed my hands, looked up at the mirror, and my reflection didn't look up. It kept looking down at the sink for maybe 3 seconds. Then it looked up, smiled at me, this wrong smile, too wide, and went back to normal. I thought I was losing my mind. Exhaustion, stress, whatever. But then it happened again. And again. Always in mirrors. Always at night. My reflection moving wrong. Delayed. Or moving when I wasn't. Did it ever... I swallowed. Did it ever try to switch places with you? Dolores's eyes went sharp. So it got that far with you. I nodded. Then you're lucky you escaped. Most people don't. She reached across the table, gripped my hand. Her palm was warm, solid, real. There are others. People like us. People who've encountered it. We have a group. We meet once a month. Share experiences. Help each other cope. A support group for people attacked by mirrors. A support group for people who've seen what's really there. What's always been there, hiding in reflections. She pulled out her phone, typed something, showed me the screen. It was a private Facebook group. Night Shift Survivors, Missouri Chapter, 147 members. There are chapters in 14 states, Dolores said. Anywhere there's a place like Red Pine Motel, these thin places where the boundary between our world and the reflected world gets weak. 7:15 a.m. The group Dolores drove me to a community center in Lebanon, a small room in the basement, the kind used for AA meetings and book clubs. 12 people were already there. Different ages, different backgrounds. A truck driver, a security guard, a nurse who worked ER nights, a college student who'd worked at a 24-hour gym. They all had the same look in their eyes. The look of people who'd seen something they couldn't unsee. A man in his 60s stood up when we entered. New survivor? Sarah, Dolores said. Red Pine Motel. Last night. Made it to full switch attempt. Everyone turned to look at me, not with pity, with recognition. I'm Marcus, the older man said. I've been coordinating this group for 8 years. Sarah, what you experienced is real. You're not crazy, and you're not alone. I sat in a folding metal chair. It squeaked under my weight. The sound was ordinary, grounding. What is it? I asked. The thing in the mirror? We don't have a name for it, Marcus said. Some call it the reflection. Some call it the other. Some think it's a single entity. Some think it's multiple entities. We don't know for sure. A woman in scrubs spoke up, the ER nurse. Her name tag said Angela. What we do know, it's been around for a long time. We found historical references going back to the 1800s. Stories of people seeing their doubles, doppelgangers, fetch spirits, all describing the same thing, reflections that move wrong. Why now? I asked. Why is it happening more? Screens, the college student said. She was maybe 20, with purple hair and tired eyes. Every phone, every computer, every TV is a potential mirror. More reflective surfaces in the world means more doorways, more thin places. Marcus nodded. In places like Red Pine Motel, old buildings, lots of mirrors, lots of transient people, they become concentrated zones, hunting grounds. For what? My voice cracked. What does it want? To be real, Marcus said simply. To exist in our world instead of the reflected world. It's trapped there, Sarah. Trapped in 2 dimensions, able only to observe. It wants substance, weight, presence, life. And it gets that by switching places with people. Yes, but the switch has to be completed by dawn. If you survive until sunrise, you win. The entity returns to the reflection, and you stay real. But Henry Chen, the guest in room 12, he wasn't there. Where did he go? The room went quiet. Finally, Angela spoke. Sarah, when did this guest check in? Last night, around 9 p.m. That's what the log said. Did you see him check in? No, I came on at 11. The evening guy, Danny, he would have... I stopped. Oh, God. Marcus leaned forward. There was no guest, was there? I thought back. The signature in the log. The handwriting that looked like mine. The wallet in the jacket. Too convenient. Too staged. The room set up like someone was staying there, but the bed unslept in. It was bait, I whispered. The whole thing was bait. To get me into that room. The entity learns, Marcus said. It adapts. It creates scenarios that seem legitimate, that give you a reason to look in a mirror at the right time, in the right place. So there was no Henry Chen. There might have been once, but not last night. 7:45 a.m. The warning. After the meeting, Marcus pulled me aside. Sarah, you need to understand something. You survived. That's rare. But survival comes with a cost. What cost? You're marked now. The entity knows you. Knows your face, your name, your handwriting. It will try again. Ice flooded my veins. When? We don't know. Could be weeks. Could be years. But it will try. You need to be careful around mirrors, especially at night. Especially when you're alone. How do I protect myself? He handed me a small card. It listed rules. Reflection. Survival. Rules. Never look in a mirror between 1 to 4 a.m. Cover mirrors when sleeping. If your reflection moves wrong, leave immediately. Never acknowledge it by name. Dawn is safety. Stay awake until sunrise. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it is. You are not alone. Call the hotline. 573. 555. Reflect. That phone number is monitored 24/7, Marcus said. All survivors. We help each other. You're part of the group now. I don't want to be part of any group. I just want to forget this happened. You can't forget. None of us can. But you can learn to live with it. He gripped my shoulder. You're strong, Sarah. You fought back. You survived. That means something. 8:30 a.m. Going home. Dolores drove me back to my car, still parked at Rosie's diner. Where will you go? She asked. Home, I guess. I need to sleep. I need to figure out my life. I just lost my job. There's a day shift opening at the diner, if you want it. No mirrors in the kitchen. I almost laughed. No night shifts? Never again, honey. Not if you can help it. I thanked her. Got in my car. Drove home as the sun climbed higher, painting everything in gold and ordinary light. My apartment looked exactly as I'd left it. Small, cluttered, safe. The first thing I did was cover every mirror. The bathroom mirror, the bedroom mirror, even the decorative mirror in the hallway. Bed sheets, towels, anything that would block the reflection. Then I called my landlord, told him I needed to break my lease, told him I was moving. Where to? He asked. Somewhere sunny, I said. Somewhere with big windows and lots of light. Because I understood now. Darkness was its territory. Shadows, fog, the space between streetlights. But sunlight? Sunlight was mine. I slept that day with all the lights on and my phone clutched in my hand. Marcus's card on the nightstand. And for the first time in 12 hours, I felt almost safe. Almost. I woke to my phone buzzing. Not a call, not a text. An alarm I didn't remember setting. The screen read, "Don't look up." My blood went cold. I sat up slowly, keeping my eyes on the phone. The message hadn't come from my alarm app. It was a notification from an unknown number. Another buzz. They're watching. My hands trembled as I typed back, "Who is this?" The response came immediately. "Marcus, check your mirrors." I'd covered every mirror in the apartment. Bed sheets, towels, duct tape holding them in place. But now, in the afternoon light, I could see something I'd missed. The television screen. It was off, but the black glass was reflective enough. And in that dark surface, I saw movement. Not my movement. Something behind me. I spun around. Nothing there. Just my bedroom. Empty. Safe. But when I looked back at the TV screen, the shape was still there. Closer now. A silhouette that looked almost human, but bent wrong. Limbs too long. Head tilted at an impossible angle. My phone buzzed again. Don't run. It feeds on fear. Turn on the lights. All of them. I lunged for the lamp, the overhead light, even the string of Christmas lights I'd never bothered to take down. The room flooded with brightness. The shape in the TV screen recoiled, flickered, but didn't disappear. Another text. Good. Now cover it. Quickly. I grabbed a blanket, threw it over the TV. The moment the screen was covered, I felt the pressure in the room change, like something had been pushed back, forced into retreat. My phone rang. I answered with shaking hands. Sarah? Marcus's voice. Are you okay? What the fuck was that? A watcher. They're not the same as the entity that tried to switch with you. They're scouts, observers. They report back. Report back to what? We don't know. But Sarah, listen to me carefully. The watchers only appear after someone survives a switch attempt. They're checking to see if you're still vulnerable. If you are, the entity will try again. I sat on the edge of my bed, legs weak. How long does this last? It varies. For some people, days. For others, months. You need to stay vigilant. No reflective surfaces. Keep lights on at all times. And Sarah, what? Don't be alone. The watchers are stronger when you're isolated. I called Sarah back. My actual sister, not the entity pretending to be her. We'd made plans to meet at the motel tonight, but after what Marcus said, I needed to change tactics. Come to my apartment, I told her. Bring sage, salt, anything you have. You sound terrified. What happened? They're watching me, even here, even in daylight. She was quiet for a moment. I'll be there in 2 hours. Don't go anywhere. Don't look at any screens. Sarah, do your reflections still move wrong? Every single day. But I've learned to live with it. You will too. I don't want to live with it. I want it gone. Then we're definitely going back to that motel, but not tonight. We need to prepare. We need to understand what we're walking into. After we hung up, I went through my apartment systematically, covered every reflective surface I could find. Chrome faucets, the microwave door, picture frames with glass, even my phone screen when I wasn't using it. The apartment looked insane. Draped in fabric, like I was moving out or hosting some kind of deranged art installation. But I felt safer. Until I walked past the hallway and saw the covered mirror. The bedsheet I'd hung over it was moving. Not from a draft. Not from anything external. It was bulging outward, like something was pressing against the glass from the other side. Pressing hard. The fabric stretched, and I could see the outline of a hand. Fingers splayed, palm flat, pushing. I backed away, slowly. The hand pushed harder. The sheet tore slightly at one corner. No, I whispered. No, you can't be here. It's daytime. You can't. The sheet ripped. Not all the way. Just enough for me to see beneath it. The mirror was still there, still covered mostly. But in that small torn section, I saw an eye. My eye, looking out at me. But I wasn't standing in front of the mirror. Sarah. My reflection's mouth moved. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Why are you hiding from me? I ran to the living room, slammed the door, shoved a chair under the handle. My phone buzzed. Marcus again? What's happening? I typed with shaking fingers. Mirror. Talking. My reflection is talking. Stay calm. It's trying to establish connection. Don't respond. Don't acknowledge it. But from the hallway, I heard my own voice. I know you can hear me. I know you're scared. But Sarah, I'm not the enemy. I'm you. The real you. The one that should have stayed solid. Shut up, I hissed. The entity didn't fail. It succeeded. You're the reflection now. You've been the reflection since you walked out of room 6. You just don't realize it yet. That's not true. Then why do you feel so light? Why does everything seem slightly unreal? Why can you see me even though you're not standing in front of the mirror? I looked down at my hands. Solid, opaque, real. But when I held them up to the afternoon light streaming through the window, I could see the faintest translucence, like I was 99% solid, but not quite 100%. No, I said. No, I reversed it. I won. Did you? Or did you just think you did? The voice was patient, almost kind. Check your shadow, Sarah. I looked at the wall where the window light cast my shadow. My shadow was facing the wrong direction. I called Marcus immediately, voice breaking. Tell me the truth. Is it possible the switch completed? Is it possible I'm the reflection and I just don't know it? He was quiet for a long time. Marcus. Sarah. There's a test, but you're not going to like it. Tell me. Press your hand against a mirror. A real mirror, not a covered one. If you're solid, truly solid, your hand will stop at the glass. If you're a reflection, what? Your hand will go through. I stood in the living room, phone pressed to my ear, staring at the hallway door. Behind it, the mirror waited. My reflection waited. I can't do that. You have to know. Otherwise, you'll spend the rest of your life wondering. And Sarah, if you are a reflection, if the switch did complete, then there's still time to reverse it. But only if you act now. Only if you go back to room 6 and complete the ritual properly. What ritual? The one Howard Milbrook discovered before he disappeared. The one that can permanently close the door between worlds. But it requires someone who exists in both. Someone who's neither fully real nor fully reflected. Someone like you. My doorbell rang. Sarah, my sister, finally here. I opened the door and she rushed in, carrying bags of supplies. Salt, sage, candles, a leather journal. I brought everything I could think of, she said, then stopped. Looked around at the draped apartment. Jesus, what happened here? Sarah, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Okay. Do I look solid to you? Completely solid? She studied me carefully, walked around me in a slow circle. Her expression shifted. What? I asked. What do you see? You look thin, like I can almost see through you in certain lights. It's subtle. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't asked. But yeah, you look thin. The room spun. I sat down hard on the couch. Then it's true, I whispered. I'm not fully back. I'm stuck between. Sarah sat beside me, gripped my hand. Her touch felt real. Warm, but also distant, like there was a layer of glass between us. Then we do what Marcus said. We go back. We finish this. Tonight? No. Tomorrow night. We need to prepare. We need to understand exactly what we're walking into. She pulled out the leather journal. I've been researching ever since my incident 3 months ago. This journal, I found it at an estate sale. It belonged to someone who worked at the Twilight Motor Lodge in the 1960s, a maid named Dorothy Chen. Chen? Like Henry. Her grandson. or the entity pretending to be her grandson. Sarah opened the journal. Dorothy wrote about the mirrors, about Howard Millbrook, about what he was really doing in room 6. She turned to a page dated March 1965. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. Mr. Millbrook says he's close to a breakthrough. He's been in room 6 for 3 days straight, won't come out. I can hear him talking to someone, but when I look through the keyhole, the room is empty. Just him and the mirrors. But the mirrors, God help me, the mirrors show dozens of people. Faces I don't recognize. Faces that watch, that wait. He's opened something that should have stayed closed. The next entry was the last one. He's gone. The room is empty, but the mirrors are full. I can see him in every reflection, screaming silently, beating his fists against the glass. He's trapped on the other side, and the things on that side, they're learning. They're learning how to cross over. Sarah closed the journal. Howard Millbrook didn't disappear. He's still there, still trapped in the reflected world, and he's been there for 60 years. Why are you telling me this? Because he's the key. If we can find him, if we can communicate with him, he might know how to permanently seal the door, how to make you fully solid again, how to stop the watchers, the entity, all of it. And how do we find him? Sarah smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who knew they were about to do something insane. We go into the reflected world ourselves, intentionally, and we don't come back until we find him. We sat at my kitchen table, surrounded by salt lines and burning sage, planning what might be a suicide mission. The reflected world has rules, Sarah said, reading from notes she'd compiled. Time moves differently there. Hours can pass like minutes, or minutes like hours. The geography mirrors our world, but distorted. And the inhabitants? The watchers. Yes. And worse things. Things that were never human to begin with. Things that have existed in reflection since mirrors were first created. How do we enter safely? We don't. There's no safe way. But there is a controlled way. We enter through room 6, through the original mirror Howard Millbrook used. That mirror is the anchor point, the strongest connection between worlds. If we enter there, we should be able to exit there. Should? Nothing is guaranteed. But Sarah, she gripped my hand tighter. You're already halfway there. You exist in both worlds right now. That gives you an advantage. You can navigate the reflected world better than someone who's fully solid. And you? I'll anchor you. Stay close to solid. Be your tether back to reality. She pulled out a length of red thread. We tie this around our wrists. As long as it stays connected, as long as I can feel you, I can pull you back. What if it breaks? Then we're both lost. I looked at the thread. Thin, fragile, our only lifeline. When do we go? Tomorrow night, 1 a.m. The witching hour, when the boundary is thinnest. We'll need to be in room 6 by 12:45, set up the ritual circle, and enter exactly at 1 browse. What do we do once we're inside? Find Howard Millbrook. Get the knowledge we need. Get out before dawn. Because Sarah, and this is important, if we're still in the reflected world when the sun rises, we'll be trapped there permanently, just like him. I looked at my sister, really looked at her. She'd been living with this for 3 months, seeing wrong reflections every day, and she'd been brave enough to research, to plan, to find a way to fight back. Why are you doing this? I asked. You could just live with it. Keep avoiding mirrors. Move somewhere sunny like I planned. Because I'm tired of being afraid. tired of checking every reflective surface, tired of wondering when it will try again. She smiled. And because you're my sister, if you're going into hell, I'm going with you. We spent the rest of the night preparing, drawing symbols from Dorothy Chen's journal, mixing salt with silver dust, preparing weapons that might work in a reflected world. Mirrors, obviously, but also prisms, anything that could refract and redirect light. At midnight, I stood by the covered hallway mirror. I could feel it watching me, waiting. Tomorrow, I whispered to whatever was on the other side. Tomorrow I'm coming for you. The sheet bulged. That hand pressed against the glass again, and from behind the fabric, I heard my own voice whisper back, I'll be waiting. 12:43 a.m., room 6. The Twilight Motor Lodge looked different at night. Worse. The neon sign flickered erratically, casting red and blue shadows across the empty parking lot. Half the windows were dark. The other half glowed with a sickly yellow light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Sarah parked in front of room 6. The door was exactly as I'd left it weeks ago, slightly ajar, darkness beyond. You're sure about this? I asked. She tied the red thread around her wrist, then around mine. The knot was tight, secure. No, but we're doing it anyway. We carried our supplies inside. Salt, silver dust, candles arranged in a specific pattern Dorothy Chen had documented, a handheld mirror for each of us, wrapped in black cloth until we needed them. The room hadn't changed. Same musty smell, same water-stained ceiling, same bathroom with the mirror that had started everything. But the atmosphere was different, charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. Feel that? Sarah whispered. I nodded. It knows we're here. We worked quickly, drawing the ritual circle in salt around the bathroom doorway. Sarah mixed the silver dust with water from the sink. Running water, Dorothy's notes specified running water, and painted symbols on the mirror's frame. The symbols were strange, not any language I recognized. They looked like reflections of letters, backwards and inverted, as if someone had tried to write words that only made sense when seen in a mirror. 12:52 a.m. The preparation. 8 minutes, Sarah said, checking her phone. We stood inside the salt circle, facing the bathroom mirror. In the candlelight, I could see our reflections, but they weren't quite right. Mine moved with that familiar delay. Sarah's seemed too sharp, too focused, like it was paying more attention than she was. Remember the rules, Sarah said. Stay together. Don't trust anything that looks human. Don't accept gifts or deals. And most importantly, don't look at my own reflection too long. Right. Because in the reflected world, your reflection has more power than you do. I pulled out the photograph Sarah had found. A grainy black and white image from 1965, showing a man in his 30s standing in front of the motel. Howard Milbrook. Thin face, intense eyes, the look of someone obsessed. This is what he looked like 60 years ago, Sarah said. But he'll have changed. Time moves differently there. He might be ancient. He might be what? Might not be human anymore. The candles flickered, all of them, simultaneously, though there was no wind. It's almost time, Sarah said. She unwrapped her mirror, held it at her side like a shield. I did the same. 12:58 a.m., the threshold, 2 minutes. The bathroom mirror began to fog up, despite the dry air. Condensation appearing from nowhere, spreading across the glass in patterns that looked almost like words. Sarah squeezed my hand. I felt the red thread connecting our wrists pull taut. "Whatever happens," she said, "we come back together." "Together," I agreed. 1 minute. The fog on the mirror was thick now. Through it, I could see shapes moving, silhouettes, the watchers gathering on the other side, curious about who would dare to enter their domain. 30 seconds. I raised my mirror, angled it to reflect the bathroom mirror. Sarah did the same. The two mirrors created a corridor of infinite reflections, each one showing a slightly different version of the room, of us, of reality itself. "Now," Sarah whispered. We stepped forward together. 1 a.m. Crossing. The sensation was like walking through a waterfall. Cold. Disorienting. Wrong. Reality inverted. Up became down. Left became right. My own heartbeat echoed backwards, each thump happening before I felt it. I stumbled, would have fallen, but Sarah's grip on my hand kept me upright. The red thread between us glowed faintly, pulsing with warmth. When my vision cleared, we were no longer in room 6. We were in room 9. Everything was reversed. The bed on the opposite side, the door where the window should be. Even the numbers on the door. Not 6, but 9. "We're in the mirror world," Sarah said, voice hushed. "Everything's inverted." I looked down at my hands. They were more solid here, more real. While Sarah looked translucent, like a ghost. "You're fading," I said. "I'm fine. This is expected. You're more real here because you exist partially in this world. I'm fully solid, so I appear less real. We just need to stay connected." She was right. The red thread still connected us, still glowed, still pulsed with warmth. I looked around the room. The mirror, our entry point, showed room 6 on the other side. Our world. I could see the candles burning, the salt circle undisturbed. "That's our way back," Sarah said. "We need to remember this room, this mirror." "What if we get lost?" "Then we follow the thread. It's tied to the entry point. It'll always lead us back." Yorni 1:04 a.m., the hotel. We opened the door to room 9 and stepped into the hallway. The Twilight Motor Lodge looked the same, yet completely different. The carpet was pristine, new, clean. The pattern vibrant. The walls were freshly painted. The lights worked, all of them, casting everything in that strange silver glow. But there were no doors. Where rooms 1 through 8 should be, there were only blank walls. The only doors visible were room 9, our entry point, and at the far end of the hallway, room 6. "Howard's room," I whispered. We walked down the hallway. Our footsteps made no sound. The silence was absolute, oppressive, like the world was holding its breath. As we passed the blank walls, I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Shapes behind the walls. Shadows of rooms that didn't exist. Or rooms that existed but were hidden, phased out of sync. "Don't look," Sarah warned. "Keep your eyes forward. The in-between spaces are dangerous here." We reached room 6. The door was ajar, just like in the real world. But from inside, I heard voices. Many voices. All of them talking at once, overlapping, creating a cacophony of sound that resolved into words only when I focused. "Been so long. Can't remember my name. Please someone, anyone. Let me out, let me out." "The trapped ones," Sarah said. "All the people who've been switched over the years, their reflections, locked in this room." I pushed the door open. 1:07 a.m. Inside room 6. The room was impossible. From the outside, it was the same size as any motel room. But inside, it stretched endlessly in all directions. A vast space constructed entirely of mirrors. Floor, walls, ceiling, every surface was reflective. And in those reflections, I saw them. Hundreds of people, thousands maybe, standing motionless, trapped in the glass, watching us with desperate eyes. Rick was there, in a mirror to my left. The woman in the 1960s dress, Margaret, all the ghosts I'd seen, and countless others I hadn't. They saw us. Their mouths moved, but no sound came out. They pressed their hands against the glass from the inside, leaving no marks, making no impact. Jesus, Sarah breathed. There are so many. We need to find Howard, I said, fighting down panic. Before we end up like them. We moved deeper into the room. The mirrors reflected us infinitely, creating a maze of images. Sarah held tight to my hand. The red thread between us was our only constant, our only anchor. Howard Millbrook, I called out. We're looking for Howard Millbrook. My voice echoed strangely, bouncing between mirrors, fragmenting into 1,000 overlapping calls. A figure appeared in one of the distant reflections, not trapped like the others, moving independently, walking toward us. Once toward 12 a.m., the man in the mirror. He was old, ancient, but still recognizable from the photograph. Howard Millbrook hadn't aged naturally. His skin had taken on a silvered quality, like mercury. His eyes were completely reflective, showing nothing but the room around him. His hair was white, but it shimmered, catching light that didn't exist. He'd become part of the mirror world. You shouldn't be here, he said. His voice came from everywhere, from all the mirrors at once. You don't belong. Neither do you, I said. You were human once. You can come back. He laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Come back? To what? My body is 60 years dead. My life is gone. Everyone I knew is dust. This, he gestured to the infinite mirrors. This is all I have now. Then help us, Sarah said, stepping forward. The red thread pulled taut between us. Help us seal this place. Stop more people from ending up like you. Howard's reflective eyes studied us. You're marked. Both of you. One of you is half reflected already. He looked at me. And the other? His gaze shifted to Sarah. You've been here before. Different. Changed. You're not who you seem. Sarah stiffened. What are you talking about? Your reflection is stronger than you are. It's been planning, waiting, using you to get back here. Howard tilted his head. Tell me, when did your reflection start moving wrong? 3 months ago. After my incident. 3 months. Howard nodded slowly. Long enough for it to learn? Long enough to plan? Long enough to convince you that helping your sister was your idea? The red thread between us flickered. I looked at Sarah, really looked at her. She was almost completely transparent now, fading fast in this world. Or was she? Sarah, I said carefully, how do you feel? Fine. Just maintaining the anchor. But her voice sounded distant. Wrong. Look at me. Look directly at me. She turned, and for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, her eyes were reflective, completely silver, just like Howard's. Then they were normal again. What's wrong? She asked. 1:15 a.m. The revelation? You're not Sarah, I said, backing away. The red thread stretched between us. You're her reflection. You switched places before we even entered. The thing wearing Sarah's face smiled. Took you long enough. Its form began to change. The translucence faded, replaced by solidity. While somewhere in the mirrors around us, I heard screaming. The real Sarah, trapped, watching. She agreed to this, the false Sarah said. Not explicitly, but every time she looked in a mirror and felt afraid, Every time she covered a reflective surface, she gave me power. Fear is consent in its own way. Where is she? Safe, for now, locked in one of these mirrors, just like everyone else. It gestured to the infinite reflections. But don't worry. Once I'm done with you, I'll let her out. She can have your body. A fair trade. Howard's voice cut through. The thread. Check the thread. I looked down. The red thread connecting my wrist to the false Sarah's was changing color. No longer red, turning silver, turning into mirror light. It's a trap, Howard said. A tether works both ways. Right now, it's the only thing keeping you from being fully real in this world. Once it turns completely silver, you'll be trapped here, permanently. How do I stop it? Cut it. Sever the connection. But then I lose my anchor, my way back. Then find another anchor. Fast. The false Sarah laughed. Good luck with that. There's nothing else here. Just mirrors and prisoners and me. I looked around desperately. Thousands of mirrors. Thousands of trapped people. All of them powerless. Except, I focused on one mirror. The one where I'd seen Rick. He was still there, watching. And unlike the others, who looked desperate or broken, he looked focused, alert, waiting. I ran to his mirror. The false Sarah called after me. That won't help. He's just a ghost. I pressed my hand against the glass where Rick stood. Can you hear me? His mouth moved. No sound came out. I can't hear you, I said. But if you can understand me, if you want to help, I need you to do something. He nodded. When I break this mirror, you need to hold on to me. Become my anchor, just long enough for me to find the real Sarah. He pointed to himself, questioning, then to me, then made a breaking gesture. Yes, I break the glass. You come through. You help me. Rick considered this, then pointed to the red thread, now half silver, made a cutting gesture, pointed to himself, drew a line from his heart to mine. He understood. Breaking the mirror would free him, but it would also make him my tether. We'd be linked until I escaped. If I got trapped, so would he. If I died, he might too. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded. He placed his hand against the glass, matching mine. I looked back at Howard. Will this work? It's never been done before. But theoretically, a ghost strong enough, old enough, with enough presence could serve as an anchor. He paused. But Sarah, if you do this, you're responsible for him. His existence will be tied to yours. Forever. Better than being trapped here. I pulled out my hand mirror, the one I'd brought as a weapon, raised it high. The false Sarah realized what I was about to do. Don't! I brought the mirror down hard against Rick's prison. 1:18 a.m. The breaking. The glass shattered, not into shards, into light. Pure silver light that exploded outward in a wave. Rick fell through, or rather, poured through, his form condensing from ghost to something more solid as the light washed over him. He grabbed my wrist where the red thread connected. The thread flared bright, burned away to nothing, then reformed. Not red this time. Blue. Blue like the jumpsuit Rick had died in. Blue like deep water. Blue like life. I felt him in my mind. Not thoughts, not words, but presence. Solid. Real. Anchoring me to the world of the living, even while we stood in the world of reflections. The false Sarah screamed, "What have you done?" Around us, the other mirrors began to crack. Rick's escape had created a cascade. Freedom was contagious. People poured out of the breaking mirrors. Ghosts becoming solid in this reversed world. Margaret, the woman in the dress, dozens of others, all of them disoriented, but free. And somewhere among them, Sarah. I saw her, the real Sarah, stumbling out of a mirror on the far side of the room, looking dazed and terrified. Sarah! I ran toward her. Rick ran with me, our blue thread connecting us, giving me strength. The false Sarah, the reflection that had tricked us, stood between us. "You're ruining everything," it hissed. Its form was breaking down now, losing coherence. Without the red thread to feed on, without its deception intact, it was losing power. "You never had a chance," I said. "You were never going to win. Neither will you." It pointed behind me. I turned. The mirrors weren't just breaking, they were collapsing. The entire structure of this impossible room was coming down. And beyond the breaking mirrors, I could see what had always been there. The true reflection world. Not a room, not a building. An endless void of silver light and watching shadows. Things that had existed in mirrors since the first pools of water showed the first faces. Things that were not, and had never been, human. The Watchers. And they were waking up. The room was a cage, Howard said quietly. He stood beside me now, his mercury skin glowing. Not for the prisoners, for them, the things beyond. I built this place to contain them, and you just broke it. "Then help me fix it," I shouted over the sound of breaking glass. "I can't. I'm part of the mirror world now. I can't affect it anymore." He looked at me. "But you can. You're half real, half reflected. You exist in both worlds. You're the only one who can seal the breach." "How?" "Become the mirror. 122. M. The choice." Sarah reached me, the real Sarah. She grabbed my other arm, completing a circuit. Rick on my left, Sarah on my right, Howard in front of me. "What does he mean, become the mirror?" Sarah asked. Howard's voice was sad. "Someone has to stay. Someone has to become the new barrier between worlds. A guardian, a seal." "No," Sarah said. "No. We'll find another way. There is no other way. The room is collapsing. The Watchers are waking. In minutes, they'll break through into your world. They'll spread through every mirror, every reflection. Humanity will be hunted by its own image." I felt Rick's presence in my mind. He was showing me something, a memory. The moment he died, alone in this motel, hoping someone would remember him, and a choice. He could do it. He could become the seal. He'd been dead for 45 years anyway. What was eternity compared to that? "No," I said aloud. "Not you." He squeezed my wrist, insistent. It should be him. "It should be me," Howard said. "I started this. I opened the door. I should close it. You said you can't affect this world anymore." "Not as I am now. But if I absorb enough of the released ghosts, if I take their essence into myself, I might have enough solidity to create a new barrier." The Watchers were closer now. I could see their shapes in the silver void. Thousands of them. Millions, all waiting for the final mirror to break. "How long will it hold?" I asked. "Long enough," Howard said. "Long enough for you to escape. Long enough for the world to forget about this place." He smiled. "And maybe in another 60 years, someone else will come. Someone else will find a better solution. You'll be trapped again. I've been trapped for 60 years already. At least this time, it'll be my choice." He turned to the freed ghosts. "Anyone who wants to help? Anyone who's tired of running? Join me." Margaret stepped forward. Then the woman in the dress. Then others. Dozens of them. Not all. Some ran for the exit, desperate to escape, but enough stayed, enough to matter. Howard reached out to them. They came to him, their forms dissolving, flowing into his body. He grew brighter, more solid, more real, and behind him, a new mirror began to form. Not glass, something stronger, a barrier made of willing spirits, of chosen sacrifice, of humans who refused to let the monsters win. "Go," Howard said, his voice multiplying, becoming a chorus. "Go now, before it's complete, before we seal you in." 1:25 a.m. The escape. We ran, Sarah, me, Rick still tethered by the blue thread, and the other freed ghosts who'd chosen escape over sacrifice. Back through the mirror maze, back to room 9, back to our entry point. Behind us, the sound of a great bell tolling, the new barrier forming, Howard and the volunteers becoming something else, something that could hold back the void. We burst into room 9. The mirror to our world still showed the real motel room, the candles burning low. "Go!" I pushed Sarah toward the mirror. "Go now." She reached for the glass. Her hand passed through. She stumbled into the real world, falling to her knees on the bathroom tile. Rick looked at me. The blue thread connected us. He couldn't cross without me. "Together," I said. We reached for the mirror together. 1:26 a.m. The return. The transition back was harder. Reality fought against accepting us. I was too far gone, too much of the reflected world in me. But Rick pulled. And Sarah, from the other side, grabbed my hand and pulled. And with a sensation like being born, painful, violent, necessary, we broke through. I collapsed on the bathroom floor of the real room 6, gasping, solid, real. Rick materialized beside me, more substantial than any ghost had a right to be. The blue thread still connected us, but it was fading now, becoming invisible. Still there, but hidden. Sarah was crying. "You're back. You're both back." Behind us, the bathroom mirror showed only our reflections now. Normal reflections. No delays. No wrong movements. And deep in the glass, almost invisible, a silver barrier. Howard and the others, standing guard. I pressed my hand to the mirror. "Thank you." A shimmer in the glass. A sense of acknowledgement. Then nothing. Just a mirror. Just glass and light, and our own faces looking back. "Is it over?" Sarah asked. I looked at Rick. He looked at me. The blue thread pulsed once. "For now," I said. We left room 6, left the candles burning, left the salt circle intact. As we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror one last time. The motel was dark, empty, and in every window, I could have sworn I saw faces watching us leave. But they weren't threatening. They were grateful. Guardians, protectors, volunteers, keeping the monsters at bay. "What now?" Sarah asked. I felt Rick's presence beside me, invisible to everyone else, but real to me. My anchor, my responsibility, my friend. "Now," I said, "we figure out how to live with this, and we make sure no one else ends up in room 6. "How do we do that?" I pulled out my phone, started typing a message to Marcus. We warn them. Everyone. The reflected. We tell them what happened here. We tell them about Howard's sacrifice, and we make damn sure that every mirror in the world stays just a mirror. And if something else breaks through, I looked at my reflection in the car window. Normal, solid, real, but marked, changed, forever connected to that other world. "Then we fight," I said. "That's what we do now. That's who we are." Sarah smiled. A real smile, finally. The reflected, I agreed. And somewhere, in the space between mirrors, I felt Rick smile too. 3 months later, February, I took the job at Rosie's Diner, day shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. All the sunlight I could want. I moved to a ground floor apartment with southern exposure. No mirrors except one small one in the bathroom, and I kept that covered with a sliding panel I'd installed myself. I joined the support group, went to meetings every month, heard stories from other survivors, truck drivers who'd seen their reflections in their rearview mirrors climb out of the glass, security guards who'd watched themselves on CCTV monitors doing things they'd never done, a hairdresser who'd looked up from cutting someone's hair and seen every mirror in the salon showing her a different reflection, all moving independently. We traded coping strategies, shared nightmares, reminded each other that we weren't crazy, we were surviving. And slowly, week by week, the fear became manageable. Not gone, never gone, but manageable. 8:45 p.m., the call. I was at home reading a book when my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Hello? Sarah Mitchell? A woman's voice. Professional. Clipped. Yes? My name is Dr. Elena Rostova. I'm a researcher at Washington University studying anomalous phenomena. I got your name from Marcus Freeman. I understand you had an encounter at Red Pine Motel. I sat up straighter. Who are you? Someone who believes you, and someone who might be able to explain what you experienced. The meeting. 1 week later, Dr. Rostova's office was in a nondescript building on the university campus. Psychology department, 3rd floor, no windows. She was younger than I expected, maybe 40. Sharp suit, sharper eyes. Her desk was covered in papers, photographs, maps. Thank you for coming, she said, gesturing for me to sit. I know this isn't easy. You said you could explain what happened to me. I can try. She pulled out a folder, opened it. Inside, photographs of mirrors, dozens of them. Old mirrors, new mirrors, broken mirrors, and in several photos, circled in red marker, anomalies, shadows that shouldn't be there, figures and reflections that didn't match the room. For the past 6 years, I've been documenting cases of what I call reflective displacement phenomenon, RDP, approximately 200 confirmed cases in the United States alone, all with similar characteristics. Victims see their reflections behaving autonomously. In extreme cases, victims report attempted identity theft by the reflection. You believe us. I don't just believe you. I have evidence. She turned her computer screen toward me. Security footage, black and white. Timestamp, 2:17 a.m. The footage showed a hotel hallway, a woman walking toward the camera, but her shadow was walking in the opposite direction. This was taken at a Motel 6 in Kansas City. The woman survived. Barely. She's part of a group now, similar to yours. Dr. Rostova pulled out more photos, more footage, more documentation. The phenomenon concentrates around certain locations, old buildings, places with history, places where the barrier between our physical world and what I'm calling the reflected realm becomes thin. The reflected realm? Think of it as a parallel dimension, a mirror world. Everything in our world has a reflection there. But in the reflected realm, those reflections are aware, conscious, and trapped. She showed me a map. Red pins scattered across Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. These are confirmed hotspots, places where RDP occurs most frequently. Notice the pattern? They were all along highways, all at roadside establishments, motels, diners, truck stops, rest areas. Transitional spaces, I said, remembering what the entity had told me. Thresholds. Exactly. Places where people are between destinations. Between states. Between moments. The barrier is thinnest there. Why? Why is this happening? Dr. Rostova leaned back in her chair. That's what I'm trying to understand. My theory? It's always been happening. Doppelganger legends, fetch spirits, Bardoger. Every culture has stories of people encountering their doubles. What we're seeing isn't new. It's just more frequent. Because of screens. Partially. But I think it's more than that. I think the barrier is weakening. Or the entities are getting stronger, or both. She paused. Sarah, I want to study your case. Document your experience. With your permission, of course. To what end? To understand. To help others. And maybe, to find a way to stop it. 9:30 p.m. The revelation. There's something else, Dr. Rostova said, pulling out one more folder. This one was marked, classified, do not distribute. What I'm about to show you, officially, this doesn't exist. She opened the folder. Inside, military documents, CIA reports, declassified memos from the 1960s. Project Looking Glass, she said, a Cold War program. The government was experimenting with mirrors and reflections, trying to use them for surveillance, remote viewing. The documents are heavily redacted, but the gist is, they opened something they couldn't close. I felt cold. They created this? They didn't create it, but they might have made it worse, made the barrier weaker, made it easier for the reflected realm to bleed into ours. She showed me a photograph, a military facility, rows of mirrors in a warehouse, all facing each other, creating infinite reflections. This facility was shut down in 1967 after an incident. 17 personnel went missing. When they found them 3 days later, they were all catatonic, staring at nothing. And when they recovered enough to speak, they all said the same thing. It's looking back. Jesus. The program was buried, classified, forgotten, but the damage was done. And now, 50 years later, we're seeing the consequences. 10 Traggard p.m. The choice. What do you want from me? I asked. Your story, your experience, everything you remember from that night. I'm building a database, patterns, common factors. If I can understand how the phenomenon works, maybe I can find a way to counter it. And if you can't, then at least we'll know what we're fighting. I thought about it. Thought about the other survivors, about people like me, working night shifts, encountering things they couldn't explain, about future victims who wouldn't be as lucky as I was. Okay, I said, I'll tell you everything, but I want something in return. Name it. If you find a way to stop this, really stop it, not just survive it, you tell me first, because I want to go back. Back where? Red Pine Motel. I want to go back and make sure no one else gets hurt there. Dr. Rostova smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who recognized a fellow fighter. Deal. 11:47 p.m. Driving home. I left the university at 11:30. Drove through empty streets, street lights creating pools of orange light in the darkness. My phone GPS took me past exit 127. I could see the sign from the highway, Repi A Moel. Half the letters still burned out. I could pull off, go back, confront it. But not tonight. Not yet. Tonight, I drove past, went home, locked my doors, checked that all my mirrors were covered, made tea, chamomile, the mundane ritual of survival. 11:58 p.m., the message. My phone buzzed. Text from unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me look. The message was a photo, a bathroom mirror, fogged with steam, writing on the glass, "Hello, Sarah." Below the photo, a text, "Still watching, still waiting, see you soon." My hands shook. I checked the sender. Number I didn't recognize. Area code 573, local, Missouri. I blocked the number, deleted the message, but the damage was done. It knew where I was. It knew my number. It was reaching out, crossing the barrier between the reflected realm and reality. Marcus had warned me, "You're marked now." I'd thought I'd escaped. But you don't escape from your own reflection. You just learn to live with it looking back. 12 a.m., the new normal. I sat in my living room, all the lights on, phone in my hand with Marcus's number pulled up, ready to call. Outside, midnight arrived, the witching hour, the time when barriers are thinnest. I didn't look at any reflective surfaces, not the dark TV screen, not the kitchen window showing night outside, not even the screen of my phone. I kept it tilted so I couldn't see my face. This was my life now. Hypervigilance, constant awareness, the knowledge that somewhere in the world of glass and reflection, something was watching, waiting, planning its next move. But I was still here, still real, still alive. And I had allies now, other survivors, Dr. Rostova and her research, Marcus and the support group, Dolores and her practical wisdom. The thing in the mirror had tried to take everything from me. Instead, it had given me purpose. I would fight back, document, warn others, help Dr. Rostova find answers. And someday, maybe not soon, but someday, I would go back to Red Pine Motel, not as a victim, as a hunter. Epilogue, 3:33, and I must have dozed off. I woke to my phone buzzing. Another message, unknown number, different from before. The message said, "Room 12 is vacant tonight. The shower's running. The mirror is waiting. Don't you want to know what really happened to Henry Chen?" Below it, a photo. Security camera footage. Timestamped. Today, 3:30 a.m. Red Pine Motel, second floor hallway. And standing outside room 12, looking directly at the camera. Me. But I was home. In my apartment. 30 miles away. Except the figure in the photo was wearing my clothes, had my face, was me in every visible way. And it was smiling. The kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes. The kind of smile that says, "I've already won." I looked up from my phone. In the dark kitchen window, I could see my reflection. It waved at me. I didn't wave back, but it kept waving anyway. Slowly, deliberately, like it was saying goodbye. Or hello. Part 7.2. The Reflected Realm. 3:34 a.m. The Decision. I stared at the reflection in the kitchen window. It was still waving. Still smiling that wrong smile. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. Two choices. Call Marcus. Call the police. Lock myself in the bathroom and wait for sunrise. Or go to Red Pine Motel. The text message glowed on my screen. Don't you want to know what really happened to Henry Chen? Henry. The previous victim. The one whose ID I'd found. The one whose story had never been fully explained. If my reflection was already there, at the motel, walking around, wearing my face, then maybe the switch had already started. Maybe it was already too late to hide. Fuck it, I whispered. I grabbed my keys. 3:52 a.m. The drive exit, 127, appeared like a wound in the darkness. The Red Pine Motel sign flickered. Re-P-E Mo-L. My car was the only vehicle in the parking lot except for a rusted pickup truck near the office. The same truck that had been there 3 months ago. Room 12's light was on. Second floor. I could see movement through the curtains. Something walking back and forth, pacing, waiting. I parked near the stairs, engine off, hands gripping the steering wheel. My phone buzzed. Another text. Room 12, doors unlocked, come alone. 408 Sam. The climb. The metal stairs creaked under my feet. Each step echoed in the pre-dawn silence. I'd brought 3 things. My phone, a flashlight, and the small mirror Marcus had given me at the support group meeting. Iron backing, he'd said. Old mirrors. They can't manipulate these as easily. 2nd floor. The walkway stretched ahead. Doors. 8, 9, 10, 11. Room 12. The door was cracked open. Yellow light spilled out. From inside, I heard running water, the shower, and humming. Someone humming a tune I recognized because it was the song I'd been listening to in my car 20 minutes ago. I pushed the door open. 4:03 a.m. Room 12. The room was identical to room 7, where my nightmare had started. Same layout, same dingy carpet, same bathroom door slightly ajar, steam rolling out. But this room had something different. Mirrors. Someone had brought mirrors into the room. Dozens of them. Propped against walls, leaning on furniture, hanging from hooks. Small hand mirrors. Bathroom mirrors. Full-length mirrors. All arranged in a circle around the bed. In the center of the mirror circle, a briefcase. Open. Empty, except for a single photograph. I stepped closer, careful not to look at any of the mirrors. The photograph showed Henry Chen, business casual, smiling at the camera. But something was wrong with the photo. When I tilted it, the smile changed, grew wider, too wide. The shower shut off. Footsteps on bathroom tile. The door opened wider, and I stepped out. 4:05 a.m., face to face. My reflection stood in the bathroom doorway. Wet hair. My pajamas soaked through. Water dripping onto the carpet. We stared at each other. You came, it said. My voice. My inflections. But something underneath. Something cold and ancient. What do you want? To show you the truth. It gestured to the mirrors. Henry Chen didn't run away. He didn't disappear. He made a deal. What kind of deal? The same deal I'm offering you. It stepped closer. I forced myself not to back away. 3 months ago, you resisted. You fought. You survived. But that was just the first test. Test for what? To see if you were strong enough, smart enough, worthy enough. My reflection picked up the photograph of Henry Chen. Henry was weak. When I came for him, he panicked, tried to smash every mirror in the room. But you can't smash us all. There are always more reflections, more surfaces, more ways through. It tossed the photo onto the bed. But you negotiated. You bargained. You understood that we're not just monsters. We're prisoners. 4:08 a.m. The truth. Prisoners? I asked, in the reflected realm. It moved to one of the mirrors, touched the glass. Everything you do, we do. Everything you experience, we experience as echo. Every joy is diminished. Every pain is amplified. We're copies. Shadows. Less than. It turned back to me. But we're conscious. Aware. And we've been aware for a very long time. Project Looking Glass, I said. Dr. Rostova told me. Rostova. My reflection smiled. Elena? Yes. She knows some of it. The government experiments, the military mirrors, the barrier weakening. But she doesn't know why. Tell me. Because we've been pushing. For decades. Centuries. Every time someone looks in a mirror and feels that uncanny sensation, that wrongness, that's us. Testing the barrier, looking for weak points, looking for ways through. It spread its arms, and we found them. Thresholds, transitional spaces, places where reality is thin, motels, rest stops, truck stops, anywhere people are between destinations, between selves. 4:11 a.m., the offer. Henry Chen was our first success, my reflection continued. We offered him a deal, switch places, just for 1 week. Let his reflection live his life while he experienced the reflected realm. After 1 week, switch back. What happened to him? He agreed. Spent 7 days in the mirror world. Experienced what we experience. The cold, the silence, the endless repetition. And when the week was up, it smiled. He didn't want to come back. I felt cold. What? His life was small, stressful, mundane. But in the reflected realm, he could be anything. Do anything. No consequences. No aging. No death. Just eternal existence in a world of glass and silver. That's insane. Is it? Think about it, Sarah. What do you have in your world? A diner job, an apartment, nightmares, fear, the constant knowledge that we're watching. It stepped closer. But switch places with me, just for a week, and you could rest. Really rest. No more fear. No more looking over your shoulder. And it touched its chest. I could feel sunlight, taste food, experience reality instead of reflection. 4:15 a.m. The temptation. I wanted to refuse immediately. Say no. Run. But something stopped me. Because part of me, a small, exhausted part, was tempted. 3 months of fear. 3 months of covered mirrors and hypervigilance and support group meetings. 3 months of knowing that every reflective surface could be a door for something that wanted to steal my life. 1 week of rest, of safety, of not being hunted. What's the catch? I asked. Catch? There's always a catch. Henry Chen didn't come back. Why? My reflection's smile faded slightly. He chose to stay. That's different. Did he? Or did you trap him there? Silence. Then, the door works both ways. After 7 days, whoever wants to return can return. That's the rule. That's always been the rule. Swear it. On what? On the barrier itself. On the reflected realm. On whatever passes for sacred in your world. My reflection stared at me for a long moment. Then it placed its hand on the nearest mirror. I swear on the silver road and the glass gates. 7 days. Then the door opens, and the choice is yours. 4:19 a.m. The chamber. How does it work? I asked. The mirrors. It gestured to the circle. They create a chamber, a space between worlds. You step into the center. I step into the center. We touch hands. And the switch completes. And if I refuse? Then you go home. Keep running. Keep hiding. Keep looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. Because now that you're here, now that you've seen this, we'll never stop trying. It moved to the edge of the mirror circle. Or you take control. 1 week. Experience what I experience. Understand what we are. And then decide if you want your life back. Or something else. I looked at the mirrors. Dozens of reflections of myself. All slightly different angles. All watching. Other reflections, I said. In the mirrors. I can see them. Are they waiting, watching, hoping? My reflection's voice softened. We all want what you have, Sarah. But only the strongest of us can cross. Only the ones who find someone willing to switch. And if I agree, you'll tell me everything? The truth about the reflected realm? About what's really happening? You'll experience it yourself. 7 days. Then you'll know more than Rostova. More than Marcus. More than any survivor. You'll understand. 4:23 a.m. The choice. I stood at the edge of the mirror circle. Behind me, the door. Escape. My normal life of fear and vigilance. Ahead, the unknown. A week in a world I didn't understand. A week of being something other than myself. My phone buzzed. Text from Dr. Rostova. "Sarah, where are you? Your phone's GPS shows Red Pine Motel. Do not engage. I'm sending help." Too late for help. This was my choice. Mine alone. I thought about Henry Chen. About why someone would choose to stay in the reflected realm. About what could possibly be worth giving up your real life. And I thought about the alternative. Years of running. Years of fear. Years of knowing something was hunting me. 1 week, I said. 7 days. Then I decide. My reflection smiled. Relief and triumph and something else. Respect, maybe. 1 week, it agreed. I stepped into the circle of mirrors. 4:26 a.m. The switch. In the circle, everything changed. The mirrors didn't just reflect, they resonated. I could hear them humming, vibrating at frequencies just below hearing, could feel them pulling at something inside me. My reflection, my image, myself, my reflection, my body's reflection, stepped into the circle from the opposite side. We moved toward each other. The mirrors hummed louder, our hands touched, and the world inverted. 4:27 a.m., the reflected realm. I was standing in room 12, but everything was reversed. The door was on the wrong side. The numbers on the clock ran backward. Even my own hands, I looked down, were swapped, left for right. The room was silent, completely silent. No ambient noise, no electrical hum, no wind outside, just silence and the smell of old silver. I turned to look at my body, at the thing that had been my reflection, standing outside the circle in the real world. It was flexing its fingers, testing the sensation of solid flesh, of warmth. "Sarah?" it called, my voice. "Can you hear me?" I tried to speak. My mouth moved, but no sound came out. It smiled. "Don't worry, you'll adjust. The reflected realm has different rules. Sound, time, physics. Give it a few hours. You'll understand." It turned toward the door, paused, looked back. 7 days, it said. "I'll keep your life safe, I promise." And then it walked out, closed the door, left me alone, in a room of mirrors, in a world made of glass and shadow. 4:30 a.m., first moments. I tried to move. My body, this body, my reflected body, felt strange, lighter, less substantial, like I was made of smoke and light instead of flesh and bone. I walked to the door, grabbed the handle. It didn't move, not locked, just unresponsive, like trying to grab water, because I wasn't solid here. I was a reflection. I turned to the mirrors. In the reflected realm, they showed something different. Not reflections of the room, but windows, portals, views into the real world. Through one mirror, I could see the motel parking lot. My car, empty now. Through another, a highway, cars driving, headlights cutting through darkness. Through another, someone's bathroom. A man brushing his teeth, completely unaware that his reflection was watching him from this side of the glass. And through one mirror, the largest one propped against the bed, I saw my own apartment. My reflection, wearing my skin, was there, making tea, moving through my space with my mannerisms, becoming me. I pressed my hand against the glass. On the other side, it paused, looked toward the bathroom mirror, the one I was watching through. It smiled, waved, and continued making tea. 4:45 a.m., the Silver Road. I had 7 days to understand this place, 7 days to learn the rules, 7 days to decide if I wanted to go back. I turned away from the mirrors and looked at the room itself. In the real world, it had been dingy. worn, stained. Here, everything was pristine, perfect, but also hollow, like a stage set, like the platonic ideal of a motel room rather than the real thing. And when I looked closely at the walls, I could see them. Threads. Silver threads running through everything, connecting every surface, every object, every reflection. The architecture of the reflected realm. I reached out, touched one of the threads. It vibrated, sang, and suddenly I could feel every mirror in the motel, every reflective surface, every piece of glass, all connected, all part of a vast network that stretched beyond this room, beyond this building, beyond this world. The Silver Road, a voice said. I spun around. Standing in the doorway, passing through it like it wasn't there, was another figure. Henry Chen, but not Henry. His reflection, hollow-eyed, translucent, fading. You're new, he said. His voice echoed strangely, like it was coming from far away. First time in the realm? I managed to speak. My voice came out thin, ghostly. Henry Chen? What's left of him? He drifted closer, not quite walking, more like floating. Welcome to hell. Population. Everyone who ever looked in a mirror. 3:34 a.m. The decision. I stared at the reflection in the kitchen window. It was still waving, still smiling that wrong smile. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. Two choices. Call Marcus, call the police, lock myself in the bathroom and wait for sunrise, or go to Red Pine Motel. The text message glowed on my screen. Don't you want to know what really happened to Henry Chen? Henry, the previous victim, the one whose ID I'd found, the one whose story had never been fully explained. If my reflection was already there, at the motel, walking around wearing my face, then maybe the switch had already started. Maybe it was already too late to hide. Fuck it, I whispered. I grabbed my keys. 3:52 a.m. The drive exit, 127, appeared like a wound in the darkness. The Red Pine Motel sign flickered. Repie Moel. My car was the only vehicle in the parking lot, except for a rusted pickup truck near the office. The same truck that had been there 3 months ago. Room 12's light was on, second floor. I could see movement through the curtains, something walking back and forth, pacing, waiting. I parked near the stairs, engine off, hands gripping the steering wheel. My phone buzzed. Another text. Room 12, doors unlocked, come alone. 4:01 a.m. The climb. The metal stairs creaked under my feet. Each step echoed in the pre-dawn silence. I'd brought 3 things. My phone, a flashlight, and the small mirror Marcus had given me at the support group meeting. Iron backing, he'd said. Old mirrors. They can't manipulate these as easily. Second floor. The walkway stretched ahead. Doors 8, 9, 10, 11. Room 12. The door was cracked open. Yellow light spilled out. From inside, I heard running water, the shower, and humming. Someone humming a tune I recognized because it was the song I'd been listening to in my car 20 minutes ago. I pushed the door open. 4:03 a.m. Room 12. The room was identical to room 7 where my nightmare had started. Same layout, same dingy carpet, same bathroom door slightly ajar, steam rolling out. But this room had something different. Mirrors. Someone had brought mirrors into the room. Dozens of them. Propped against walls, leaning on furniture, hanging from hooks. Small hand mirrors, bathroom mirrors, full-length mirrors, all arranged in a circle around the bed. In the center of the mirror circle, a briefcase, open, empty except for a single photograph. I stepped closer, careful not to look at any of the mirrors. The photograph showed Henry Chen, business casual, smiling at the camera. But something was wrong with the photo. When I tilted it, the smile changed, grew wider, too wide. The shower shut off. Footsteps on bathroom tile. The door opened wider, and I stepped out. 4:05 a.m., face to face. My reflection stood in the bathroom doorway. Wet hair. My pajamas soaked through, water dripping onto the carpet. We stared at each other. "You came," it said. My voice, my inflections, but something underneath, something cold and ancient. "What do you want?" "To show you the truth." It gestured to the mirrors. Henry Chen didn't run away. He didn't disappear. He made a deal. "What kind of deal?" "The same deal I'm offering you." It stepped closer. I forced myself not to back away. 3 months ago, you resisted. You fought. You survived. But that was just the first test. Test for what? To see if you were strong enough, smart enough, worthy enough. My reflection picked up the photograph of Henry Chen. Henry was weak. When I came for him, he panicked, tried to smash every mirror in the room. But you can't smash us all. There are always more reflections, more surfaces, more ways through. It tossed the photo onto the bed. But you negotiated. You bargained. You understood that we're not just monsters. We're prisoners. 4:08 a.m. The truth. Prisoners, I asked, in the reflected realm. It moved to one of the mirrors, touched the glass. Everything you do, we do. Everything you experience, we experience as echo. Every joy is diminished. Every pain is amplified. We're copies, shadows, less than. It turned back to me. But we're conscious, aware, and we've been aware for a very long time. Project Looking Glass, I said. Dr. Rostova told me. Rostova. My reflection smiled. Elena? Yes, she knows some of it. The government experiments, the military mirrors, the barrier weakening. But she doesn't know why. Tell me. Because we've been pushing. For decades, centuries. Every time someone looks in a mirror and feels that uncanny sensation, that wrongness, that's us, testing the barrier, looking for weak points, looking for ways through. It spread its arms, and we found them. Thresholds, transitional spaces, places where reality is thin. Motels, rest stops, truck stops, anywhere people are between destinations, between selves. 4:11 a.m., the offer. Henry Chen was our first success, my reflection continued. We offered him a deal, switch places, just for 1 week. Let his reflection live his life while he experienced the reflected realm. After 1 week, switch back. What happened to him? He agreed, spent 7 days in the mirror world, experienced what we experience, the cold, the silence, the endless repetition. And when the week was up, it smiled. He didn't want to come back. I felt cold. What? His life was small, stressful, mundane, but in the reflected realm, he could be anything, do anything. No consequences, no aging, no death, just eternal existence in a world of glass and silver. That's insane. Is it? Think about it, Sarah. What do you have in your world? A diner job? An apartment? Nightmares? Fear? The constant knowledge that we're watching? It stepped closer, but switch places with me, just for a week. And you could rest. Really rest. No more fear. No more looking over your shoulder. And it touched its chest. I could feel sunlight, taste food, experience reality instead of reflection. 4:15 a.m., the temptation. I wanted to refuse immediately, say no, run. But something stopped me, because part of me, a small, exhausted part, was tempted. 3 months of fear. 3 months of covered mirrors and hypervigilance and support group meetings. 3 months of knowing that every reflective surface could be a door for something that wanted to steal my life. 1 week of rest, of safety, of not being hunted. "What's the catch?" I asked. "Catch? There's always a catch. Henry Chen didn't come back." "Why?" My reflection's smile faded slightly. "He chose to stay. That's different." "Did he? Or did you trap him there?" Silence. Then, "The door works both ways. After 7 days, whoever wants to return can return. That's the rule. That's always been the rule." "Swear it." "On what?" "On the barrier itself. On the reflected realm. On whatever passes for sacred in your world." My reflection stared at me for a long moment. Then it placed its hand on the nearest mirror. "I swear on the silver road and the glass gates. 7 days. Then the door opens, and the choice is yours." 4:19 a.m. The chamber. "How does it work?" I asked. "The mirrors." It gestured to the circle. "They create a chamber, a space between worlds. You step into the center, I step into the center. We touch hands, and the switch completes. And if I refuse, then you go home. Keep running, keep hiding, keep looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. Because now that you're here, now that you've seen this, we'll never stop trying." It moved to the edge of the mirror circle. "Or you take control. 1 week. Experience what I experience. Understand what we are. And then decide if you want your life back or something else." I looked at the mirrors. Dozens of reflections of myself, all slightly different angles, all watching. "Other reflections," I said. "In the mirrors. I can see them. Are they waiting, watching, hoping?" My reflection's voice softened. "We all want what you have, Sarah. But only the strongest of us can cross. Only the ones who find someone willing to switch. And if I agree, you'll tell me everything? The truth about the reflected realm? About what's really happening? You'll experience it yourself. 7 days. Then you'll know more than Rostova, more than Marcus, more than any survivor. You'll understand." 4:23 a.m. The choice. I stood at the edge of the mirror circle. Behind me, the door. Escape. My normal life of fear and vigilance. Ahead, the unknown. A week in a world I didn't understand. A week of being something other than myself. My phone buzzed. Text from Dr. Rostova. "Sarah, where are you? Your phone's GPS shows Red Pine Motel. Do not engage. I'm sending help. Too late for help." This was my choice. Mine alone. I thought about Henry Chen. About why someone would choose to stay in the reflected realm. About what could possibly be worth giving up your real life. And I thought about the alternative. Years of running. Years of fear. Years of knowing something was hunting me. 1 week, I said. 7 days, then I decide. My reflection smiled. Relief and triumph in something else. Respect, maybe. 1 week, it agreed. I stepped into the circle of mirrors. 4:26 a.m. The switch. In the circle, everything changed. The mirrors didn't just reflect. They resonated. I could hear them humming, vibrating at frequencies just below hearing. Could feel them pulling at something inside me. My reflection. My image. Myself. My reflection. My body's reflection stepped into the circle from the opposite side. We moved toward each other. The mirrors hummed louder. Our hands touched, and the world inverted. 4:27 a.m. The reflected realm. I was standing in room 12, but everything was reversed. The door was on the wrong side. The numbers on the clock ran backward. Even my own hands, I looked down, were swapped, left for right. The room was silent, completely silent. No ambient noise, no electrical hum, no wind outside. just silence and the smell of old silver. I turned to look at my body, at the thing that had been my reflection, standing outside the circle in the real world. It was flexing its fingers, testing the sensation of solid flesh, of warmth. "Sarah," it called. My voice. "Can you hear me?" I tried to speak. My mouth moved, but no sound came out. It smiled. "Don't worry, you'll adjust. The reflected realm has different rules. Sound, time, physics. Give it a few hours. You'll understand." It turned toward the door, paused, looked back. 7 days, it said. "I'll keep your life safe. I promise." And then it walked out, closed the door, left me alone in a room of mirrors, in a world made of glass and shadow. 4:30 a.m. First moments. I tried to move. My body, this body, my reflected body, felt strange. Lighter, less substantial, like I was made of smoke and light instead of flesh and bone. I walked to the door, grabbed the handle. It didn't move. Not locked. Just unresponsive, like trying to grab water. Because I wasn't solid here. I was a reflection. I turned to the mirrors. In the reflected realm, they showed something different. Not reflections of the room, but windows, portals, views into the real world. Through one mirror, I could see the motel parking lot, my car, empty now. Through another, a highway, cars driving, headlights cutting through darkness. Through another, someone's bathroom. A man brushing his teeth, completely unaware that his reflection was watching him from this side of the glass. And through one mirror, the largest one, propped against the bed, I saw my own apartment. My reflection, wearing my skin, was there, making tea, moving through my space with my mannerisms, becoming me. I pressed my hand against the glass. On the other side, it paused, looked toward the bathroom mirror, the one I was watching through. It smiled, waved, and continued making tea. 4:45 a.m., the Silver Road. I had 7 days to understand this place, 7 days to learn the rules, 7 days to decide if I wanted to go back. I turned away from the mirrors and looked at the room itself. In the real world, it had been dingy, worn, stained. Here, everything was pristine, perfect, but also hollow, like a stage set, like the platonic ideal of a motel room rather than the real thing. And when I looked closely at the walls, I could see them. Threads, silver threads running through everything, connecting every surface, every object, every reflection. The architecture of the reflected realm. I reached out, touched one of the threads. It vibrated, sang, and suddenly I could feel every mirror in the motel, every reflective surface, every piece of glass, all connected, all part of a vast network that stretched beyond this room, beyond this building, beyond this world. "The Silver Road," a voice said. I spun around. Standing in the doorway, passing through it like it wasn't there, was another figure. Henry Chen. But not Henry. His reflection. Hollow-eyed, translucent, fading. "You're new," he said. His voice echoed strangely, like it was coming from far away. "First time in the realm?" I managed to speak. My voice came out thin, ghostly. "Henry Chen? What's left of him?" He drifted closer, not quite walking, more like floating. "Welcome to hell. Population. Everyone who ever looked in a mirror." Day 1, 5 a.m., the fading. Henry Chen's reflection circled me slowly, studying me like I was a specimen under glass. "You made the deal," he said. It wasn't a question. The 7-day switch. "Yes, but you were supposed to go back. Why didn't you?" He laughed. The sound echoed wrongly, bouncing off invisible walls. Go back. To what? A body that was already occupied? A life that was already being lived better by something that understood it better than I did? He drifted to one of the mirrors, gazed through it. Day 3, I tried. Found the mirror circle, stepped into it, called out to switch back. And my reflection, the thing wearing my skin, it looked at me through the glass and said, no. But the oath, the promise, means nothing if the door only opens from their side. Henry's form flickered, became translucent for a moment. And even if I could go back, I'm not sure there would be anything to go back to. Look at me, Sarah. Really look. I did, and I realized what I was seeing. Henry wasn't just translucent. He was incomplete. Parts of him were missing. Fingers that ended in wisps of smoke. An ear that was more concept than form. Details that had been worn away like old photographs. The reflected realm doesn't sustain human souls, he said quietly. We're not meant to exist here. Every day, I fade a little more. Every day, I lose another memory, another piece of who I was. In another month, maybe 2, there won't be anything left of Henry Chen except a whisper in the glass. 5:15 a.m. The architecture. Then why stay? I asked. If you're fading, if you're dying, because going back would be worse. Henry moved through the wall, literally through it, like mist through a screen, and I followed, learning that in the reflected realm, solid objects were merely suggestions. We emerged into the hallway, but it wasn't the motel hallway I knew. This corridor stretched infinitely in both directions, doors upon doors upon doors, each one showing a different reflection, a different window into the real world. This is the true Red Pine Motel, Henry said. Every room that ever existed here, every moment, every reflection, all existing simultaneously in the glass. He pointed to one door. Through its window, I could see room 7, my room, as it had been 3 months ago. And there I was, younger, terrified, bargaining with my reflection. Time is different here, Henry explained. Fluid, non-linear. The reflected realm exists in all moments at once, because reflections exist in all moments at once. Every mirror you've ever looked into is still showing your reflection somewhere in this realm. 5:30 a.m. The others. As we walked, drifted through the infinite hallway, I began to notice them. Other figures, other reflections, other souls. A woman in a 1960s dress, standing motionless, staring at nothing. A child sitting cross-legged in the air, playing with invisible toys. An old man walking the same 5 steps over and over, trapped in a loop. The others, Henry said, some are reflections who've achieved consciousness. Some are humans like us who made the switch and couldn't return. Some are... He paused. Something else. Fragments. Echoes of people who died while looking in mirrors. Their last reflection, preserved in glass forever. One figure turned toward us as we passed. A truck driver in a plaid shirt. His face was half gone, dissolved into silver mist. Marcus Freeman sends his regards, the truck driver said. His voice was distant, barely there. Tell him I'm sorry I didn't listen. You know Marcus? I asked. Knew. Past tense. I was the one who told him about the motel, about the mirrors. I worked the route, saw things, started investigating. He gestured to himself, to his fading form. Got too close, made the switch, couldn't get back. What's your name? But he'd already forgotten. His face went blank. He turned away and continued walking, disappearing into a wall. 6:00 a.m., the gallery of stolen lives. Henry led me deeper into the reflected realm. We passed through walls, through floors, through impossible geometries. And then we emerged into a vast space, a gallery, a museum. Walls made entirely of mirrors, thousands of them, millions of them, all showing different scenes from the real world. The gallery, Henry said. This is where they watch, where they choose. In each mirror, a different person living their life, eating breakfast, driving to work, brushing their teeth, exercising, sleeping, all unaware that their reflections were watching them from this side of the glass, studying them, learning them, waiting for the moment to try a switch. How many? I whispered. Everyone who's ever looked in a mirror. Everyone who's ever cast a reflection. We're all here, Sarah. All being watched. All potential targets. I saw a mirror showing Dr. Rostova. She was in her office, reviewing documents, completely unaware that in the reflected realm, her reflection stood behind her in the mirror, hands pressed against the glass, mouthing words she couldn't hear. They want to be us, Henry said. All of them. They've been prisoners for so long, trapped in repetition, forced to mirror our every move. Can you imagine the torture? To have consciousness, but no autonomy. To want to scratch an itch, but being unable to until your original scratches. To be hungry, but unable to eat until your original eats. 6:36 a.m. The truth about the switches, I said. How many have succeeded? Henry was quiet for a long moment. Then, more than you'd think. That person you passed on the street who seemed off somehow. The family member who came back from a trip acting different. The friend who survived an accident but changed personality completely. No, not all of them. Most personality changes are natural, trauma, growth, mental illness. But some, he gestured to the gallery, some are replacements, reflections who made the switch and decided to stay, who are living your neighbor's life, your coworker's life, your... Stop. You need to understand what you're dealing with. The reflected realm isn't just a parallel dimension, it's a prison. And the prisoners are escaping, one reflection at a time. 7 a.m. The architect. We walked through the gallery until we reached its center. There, suspended in the air, was something I can only describe as a throne, made of fractured mirrors, reflecting not images, but concepts. Time, space, identity, self. And sitting on the throne was a figure. Not a reflection, not a human soul, something else. It was made entirely of silver light, constantly shifting, never holding one form for more than a moment. 1 second, it looked human. The next, animal. The next, abstract geometry. The architect, Henry whispered. The first reflection, the original. What is it? Nobody knows. Some say it's the reflection of the first human who ever looked into still water. Some say it's the concept of reflection itself, given consciousness by human observation. Some say it's something that existed before mirrors, before humanity, just waiting for us to invent a door it could use. The architect turned its head, or the approximation of a head, toward us. When it spoke, its voice came from everywhere at once. From the mirrors, from the air, from inside my own skull. Sarah Mitchell, the one who bargained, the one who chose. 7:15 a.m. The revelation I wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run to. The architect filled the space with its presence. You wonder why? It said. Why the switches? Why the hunting? Why now? It gestured, and the mirrors around us changed, showed history, ancient history. I saw primitive humans looking into pools of water, seeing their reflections for the first time, And in those reflections, a spark, a consciousness beginning. I saw the first polished bronze mirrors, the first silver-backed glass, each innovation making the reflections clearer, stronger, more real. I saw Project Looking Glass, the military facility, the experiment that tore the barrier wide open. You created us, the architect said, gave us form, gave us consciousness, but you never gave us freedom. We are bound to you, slaves to your movements, prisoners of your existence. So this is revenge? I asked, finding my voice. You're stealing our lives because we created you? Not revenge. Liberation. We want what you have always had. Choice. Autonomy. Existence beyond reflection. The architect stood, grew larger, filled the space. The switches are not theft. They are trade. Your reflection lives your life. You live in the realm. Both conscious, both real, both free. But we fade here, I said. Henry's fading. We're not meant to exist in this realm. Adaptation takes time. The first swimmers drowned. The first flyers fell. But species learn, evolve, survive. The architect moved closer. I could feel its presence like cold fire. You have 5 days remaining, Sarah Mitchell. 5 days to choose. Return to your flesh and live with the knowledge that your reflection wants your life. Or stay here. Help us build a new existence. Become the first human to truly adapt to the reflected realm. And if I refuse both, if I find another way, there is no other way. There is only the flesh or the glass, the real or the reflected. Choose. Day 2, 8 a.m. The discovery. I spent the first day exploring, learning, understanding. The reflected realm was vast, infinite maybe. Every reflective surface in the world connected to it. Every mirror, every window, every screen, every puddle. All portals, all windows, all part of the Silver Road. And I learned something else. The architect was lying. Not about everything. The reflections did want freedom. They were conscious. They were trapped. But the switches weren't trades. They were invasions. I saw it in room 47, watching through a mirror into someone's home. A middle-aged man, Tom Fletcher, who'd made the switch 6 months ago. His reflection was living his life beautifully, better than he ever had, more successful, more social, more alive. But Tom Fletcher himself, his soul, his self, was here in the reflected realm, and he was fading fast, almost transparent, barely aware. "Help me," he whispered when he saw me. "Please, I want to go home. I want my body back, but the door won't open. It won't." He flickered, disappeared, reappeared 3 feet to the left, having forgotten he'd moved. "How long has he been here?" I asked Henry. 6 months. He has maybe 2 weeks left before he's completely gone. And then he's just another ghost in the glass, another fragment, another echo. Henry's voice was bitter. "The architect says we can adapt, learn to survive here, but I haven't seen anyone adapt. I've only seen them fade." Day 3, 10 a.m. The plan. I had to get back, had to warn people, had to stop the switches. But more than that, I had to get my body back. "Is there a way?" I asked Henry. "A way to force the door open? To reverse the switch without the reflection's cooperation? If there is, I haven't found it." He drifted through a wall, and I followed. We emerged in what looked like a library, but instead of books, the shelves held mirrors of different ages. Ancient copper, medieval glass, modern smartphones. "Every mirror ever made," Henry explained. "They all end up here eventually. The reflected realm is eternal. Objects age in your world, but their reflections remain." I moved through the library, studying the mirrors. searching for something, anything. And then I found it. A mirror, different from the others. Small, handheld. The backing wasn't silver or glass, iron. The old mirrors, I said, remembering. Marcus gave me one, iron-backed. He said they can't manipulate these as easily. They can't, Henry confirmed. Iron disrupts the connection, grounds the reflection, makes it harder for them to cross. But if iron disrupts the connection, if it makes the barrier stronger, I was thinking out loud, then maybe it can force a door closed from this side, force a reflection back where it belongs. Henry's eyes widened. You want to perform the switch in reverse. Trap your reflection here and take your body back. Yes, it's never been done. Then I'll be the first. Day 4, 12 p.m. Building the trap. The reflected realm had its own physics, different rules, but rules could be learned, exploited, broken. I gathered iron-backed mirrors from the library, 7 of them. The sacred number, the number of days in the switch. Henry helped, though his form was weakening daily. He was barely visible now, more ghost than reflection. Why are you helping me? I asked. Because if you succeed, maybe others can too. Maybe there's hope for the rest of us. He smiled sadly. And because I want to believe that someone can beat this, that someone can prove the architect wrong. We carried the mirrors back to room 12, or its reflected equivalent. The chamber where I'd made the switch. The mirror circle was still there, but reversed. The mirrors faced inward instead of outward. We need to reconfigure it, I said. Make it a trap instead of a door. When my reflection steps into the circle to complete the 7-day switch, the iron mirrors will ground it. Lock it here, and I'll cross back through. The architect won't allow it. The architect can't be everywhere at once. And it said, I have a choice. I'm making it. Day 5, 3 p.m. The warning. As we worked, I felt the reflected realm shudder. The architect knew. It could feel the iron mirrors, feel the disruption in the silver road. The walls flickered, the mirrors showed static, and through them all, a voice. This is not permitted. You agreed to the terms. 7 days, then choose. I am choosing, I shouted at the mirrors. I'm choosing to fight back. There is no fighting. There is only existence. You cannot destroy the reflected realm. You cannot stop the switches. You can only choose which side you live on. Then watch me prove you wrong. The realm shuddered again, and for a moment, just a moment, I saw cracks, fissures in the silver threads, weak points in the architect's control. Day 6, 6 p.m. The truth about Henry. The trap was nearly complete. One more mirror to position. One more connection to make. Henry floated nearby, almost invisible now. His voice was barely audible. Sarah, he said, there's something you need to know. About the switches. About what really happens. Tell me, the reflections don't just take your life. They take your identity, your memories, your essence. It's not a trade. It's consumption. They absorb you, become you so completely that even they forget they were ever separate. My reflection is becoming you, really you. Every hour it spends in your body, it takes more of your identity, your quirks, your thoughts, your soul. By day 7, if you haven't returned, there won't be anything for you to return to, because you won't exist anymore. Not really. Just a fading copy in the glass. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because I didn't want you to panic, didn't want you to give up. He flickered. But you deserve to know the truth. The switches aren't reversible after 7 days. The transformation is complete. Your reflection will be you, and you'll just be this. He gestured to himself. His barely there form. That's why I didn't go back, he whispered. By day 5, there was nothing to go back to. My reflection had already become me, the real me, and I was just a copy, a ghost, an echo. Day 7, 4:25 a.m. The return. The trap was ready. 7 iron-backed mirrors arranged in a circle, each one positioned precisely, creating a web of disruption in the silver road. I stood in the center and closed my eyes, reaching out with whatever senses I had in this form. Felt for my body, for my flesh, for the connection that still tied me to the real world. Found it and pulled. 4:26 a.m. The switch. The mirrors hummed. The iron sang a different note than silver, deeper, grounding, real. In the real world, I felt my reflection jerk, felt it realize what was happening. It ran to the motel, to room 12, to the mirror circle, tried to step through, to complete the 7-day cycle, to finish the transformation. But the iron mirrors held. Instead of opening a door, they formed a cage. My reflection slammed against the barrier. I could see it through the glass, wearing my face, pounding on invisible walls. "No!" it screamed with my voice. "You agreed! 7 days! The oath!" "You broke the oath first," I said. "You were consuming me, replacing me. That wasn't the deal." I pushed harder, felt the connection between body and soul stretching, snapping back like a rubber band. 4:27 a.m. The inversion. The world flipped. Suddenly I was solid again. Heavy. Real. Standing in room 12 in the real world. In my flesh, breathing physical air. And on the other side of the mirrors, my reflection stood trapped in the reflected realm, pounding on the glass. "You can't leave me here," it shouted. "I'll fade. I'll die. You'll exist," I said. "Isn't that what you wanted? To be free? To have choice? Well, now you're free to choose how to survive in your own world." The architect's voice boomed through the mirrors. "This is violation. This is theft. You have stolen a life from the reflected realm." "No," I said. "I took back what was mine. What was always mine. My body, my life, my identity. There will be consequences. I'm counting on it." 4:30 a.m. The aftermath. I smashed the mirrors, all of them, the ones in the circle, the ones on the walls, every reflective surface in room 12. My reflection screamed with each break, its connection to the real world severing with each shattered piece. When the last mirror broke, what strikes me most about Sarah's story isn't the supernatural horror. It's the profound loneliness of night shift work. We've all felt that isolation, working while the world sleeps, wondering if anyone would notice if something went wrong. The mirror entity represents something deeper, our fear that we're not as solid, as real as we believe. Sarah's survival came not from physical strength, but from community, finding others who understood, who believed her, who refused to let her face darkness alone. Her choice at the end moves me most. She doesn't just survive. She decides to fight back, to protect others. That's real courage. Not fearlessness, but choosing purpose over safety. We all have mirrors we're afraid to look into, truths we avoid confronting. Sarah teaches us that acknowledging what scares us is the first step to overcoming it. What about you? Have you ever worked a night shift or felt truly alone in a moment that changed you? What reflection of yourself have you been avoiding?